Chapter 9:28. The mountain peak they were on was relatively high, about 100 feet tall. Below them was a continuous mountain range, and within the mountain range there were black shadows wandering around. Accompanying those black shadows was a monstrous and fierce demonic aura. Demonic beasts. So many demonic beasts. Lin Xian took a deep breath and realized that there were hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts below. It's not just the Qing Tong demonic beasts. There seems to be a big guy inside. Murong Qingqing also looked into the distance with a hint of seriousness in her voice. Hearing that, Lin Xian looked carefully. Indeed, she could feel a shocking demonic aura in the depths. Moreover, there was a hint of silver luster in the demonic aura. Silver-level demonic beast. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. After searching for so long, he finally found a silver-level demonic beast. The silver-level demonic beast's aura was much stronger than the bronze-level demonic beast's. However, the silver-level demonic beast seemed to be hiding in the depths. Its body could not be seen at all, and only its demonic aura could be vaguely felt. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of demonic beasts below, Suyu and the others also looked serious. Although those were only ordinary bronze-level demonic beasts, which were only equivalent to first-level honored realm cultivators, the number of demonic beasts added together was not a joke. If those thousands of demonic beasts were grouped together, even fourth-level honored realm cultivators would not dare to easily fight against them. However, what made them feel relieved was that these demonic beasts did not seem to be very intelligent. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lin Xian and the others were, they would not dare to fight against thousands of bronze-level demonic beasts. Even so, these demonic beasts were not something they could fight against. I didn't expect this demonic beast lair to be so much bigger than the previous one. In our current state, there's no way we can take down this place. Suyu frowned. Lin Xian also nodded slightly as he pondered in his heart. Indeed, thousands of bronze-level demonic beasts gathered together were very powerful. Moreover, there was a silver-level demonic beast in the depths. If it rushed out, the situation would be even worse. Should we attack? Murong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and asked. Although there were 6 people in the team, she and Lin Xian's attack power was the strongest. Even if the other 4 people joined forces, they would not be able to defeat them. Therefore, it was indeed a little difficult to make a move now. There's no rush, Lin Xian said with a frown. It seems that we're not the only ones who have discovered this place. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain in the distance. The mountain wind was blowing and the leaves were rustling. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but Lin Xian's soul force was powerful. He could clearly sense several sharp fluctuations there. Very obviously, there were cultivators hidden there, and only the students of the Immortal Martial Academy would be able to appear here. With Lin Xian's reminder, Murong Qingqing also noticed the abnormality. However, she was not worried. With her and Lin Xian here, other than a few super powerhouses on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard, they were not afraid of anyone else. In the next moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "Friend on the other side, why don't you come out and meet me?" His voice kept echoing around, but no one came out. Suyu and the others were suspicious when they saw this. Junior brother Lin, could it be that there are other people here? Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. He sneered in his heart. These people still did not come out. Did they really think that they had not been discovered? Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Suyu and the others were shocked. They had not noticed anything strange at all. Moreover, no one came out when the other party shouted. It was a very strange scene. They even suspected that Lin Xian had made a mistake. Lin Xian did not explain. He said again, "Everyone, there's no need to hide anymore. There are thousands of beasts below. It's not something that can be swallowed by one force. Why don't we join forces?" This time his voice did not echo in the air. Instead, it split into several waves and went into the forest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, dozens of figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. Their eyes were filled with shock because the voice just now had sounded in their ears. It was obvious that the other party had discovered their exact location. This made them extremely shocked. After all, they were not ordinary warriors. Suyu and the others were even more shocked. Their beautiful eyes were wide open as they looked at the sky in disbelief. They had their suspicions before, but they did not expect that there were people hiding nearby. Moreover, there were so many of them. Seeing this scene, they admired Lin Xian even more. Lin Xian looked at the dozens of warriors that suddenly appeared in the sky. He was also very surprised because he could clearly feel that there were real masters among them, as expected of the demon slayer world. Such powerful warriors had already appeared. Lin Xian was amazed. Judging from the other party's aura, their strength did not seem to be weaker than Bingling, Yan, and the others. "I'm Lin Xian. How should I address you?" Lin Xian smiled faintly at the sky. Lin Xian. Hearing this name, the warriors in the sky were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian deeply. This name was not unfamiliar to them. In fact, it could be said that it was extremely familiar to them. However, they had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person. This time, they were extremely shocked when they saw how young Lin Xian was. "I've heard of Brother Lin's name for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen you. I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so young." A young man in a yellow robe smiled and said, "My name is Yang Hao. These are my brothers." Then he pointed at the 8 or 9 people behind him. Indeed, Lin Xian was too young. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Although he was a freshman, in their opinion, Lin Xian was at least 25 or 26 years old. Now it seemed that he was at most in his early 20s. He might even be younger than that. "I'm Chen Feng." In another team, a young man in purple cupped his fists and said, "Su Lai." Another young man said indifferently with a trace of arrogance in his voice. The 3 of them were the strongest. They were all at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Venerable Realm. Clearly, they were the leaders of the 3 teams. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to discuss with the 3 of them. Lin Xian said slowly, "There are thousands of demonic beasts down there. I'm sure everyone knows that a single team won't be able to take them down. Why don't we work together and take down this demonic beast lair?" After hearing this, the 3 of them pondered for a moment. Clearly, Lin Xian was telling the truth. Among them, Yang Hao and Qin Feng did not say anything, but the young man called Su Lai had a cold smile on his face. "The 3 of us arrived here first. If we want to work together, it should be the 3 of us. I'm afraid it's none of your business." Although he did not object to the idea of working together, he excluded Lin Xian and the others. Clearly, Su Lai did not want to work with Lin Xian. There were only so many demonic beasts down there. If they worked with one less force, they would be able to get more demonic cores. Moreover, in Su Lai's opinion, Lin Xian's team of 6 did not have much strength. Apart from Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng, the other 4 were not worth mentioning. Such a team would only be a burden if they had them. Chapter 9:29. Su Lai didn't know what the other 2 were thinking, but since he thought so, he said it out loud. Because his team had more than a dozen people, it was the largest team, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others' faces darkened. If Su Lai didn't want to work with them, it would be easy for him to kick them out. After all, Su Lai had more than a dozen people, and they only had 6 people. Moreover, Su Lai wasn't someone like Xiao Jia, so they were no match for Su Lai. Moreover, Su Yu and the others guessed that it was probably because they were weak that they were ridiculed like this. "Junior brother Lin, we're sorry. We're dragging you down." Su Yu smiled bitterly. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's strength was unquestionable, but the 4 of them were obviously weaker and had become a burden. "Senior sister Su, you think too much. Don't worry, let Lin Xian handle this." Murong Qingqing comforted. "All right." Su Yu sighed. In the current situation, they couldn't make the decision. so they could only listen to Lin Xian's decision. However, if Lin Xian gave up on the nest now, they wouldn't blame him. After all, Su Lai was too strong. Lin Xian's face darkened and his eyes flashed. That's a bit too much. All right, since junior brother Lin insists on staying, I'll give you a chance. With your team strength, it's impossible for you to charge. Why don't you help us from the side? When the time comes, each of you will be given 20 monster cores. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Yu and the others smiled bitterly. 10 monster cores? Was this for beggars? Even if they weren't in the nest, they would have more than that if they walked around outside. Murong Qingqing's face turned cold. Su Lai was too arrogant, and she couldn't stand it anymore. However, since she had let Lin Xian handle it, she could only snort. 20? Lin Xian smiled. Looks like brother Su doesn't take me seriously. Or do you think we're easier to deal with? At the end of his speech, Lin Xian's voice gradually turned cold with a hint of killing intent. Su Lai was secretly on alert when he felt this sharp aura. Although he was a little arrogant, he was not stupid. He had heard of Lin Xian's name before. He was also an existence that could not be underestimated. However, this was not a one-on-one fight. He had more than 10 brothers behind him. If they really fought, he was 100% confident that he could take down the other party. 20 demon beasts per person is already quite a lot. If you want more, you'll have to prove your strength. Su Lai sneered. Obviously, he did not intend to give in. Strength? Since brother Su wants to experience it, then I'll show you a thing or two. After saying that, Lin Xian took a step forward. The smile on his face disappeared, and his entire person became fierce. Su Lai's pupils shrank when he sensed the other party's aura. He was no longer laughing. His entire person was extremely dignified. The warriors behind him also placed their hands on their weapons, ready to attack at any time. If you can take one of my attacks, I don't want a single demon core. I'll be your support for free. Take one of your attacks? How arrogant. Hearing the other party's words, Su Lai was furious. Although he admitted that Lin Xian was in the limelight, it was impossible for him to be intimidated by one attack. All right, let me see if your strength is on par with your reputation. Su Lai sneered. However, before he could finish a sentence, he saw a flash of sword light. It tore through the void and instantly slashed towards him. It was accompanied by a terrifying sword will. Seeing this, Su Lai's pupils shrank. He did not expect the other party to attack so quickly and decisively. However, he was no weakling. He immediately snorted and quickly circulated his spiritual energy, forming a purple light screen in front of him. As soon as the light screen was formed, the sword chi in the sky rapidly descended and slashed the purple light screen violently. Chi, like tearing a piece of cloth, the fierce sword chi easily tore the purple light screen apart and brushed past his body. The fear of death swept through Su Lai's heart, and his entire body froze. A strand of black hair fell from the sky. Su Lai was not injured, but the shocking sword essence made his face extremely pale. Beside him, Yang Qin and Qin Feng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Moreover, they knew that Lin Xian had definitely been merciful with that attack. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether Su Lai could still stand. Su Lai was stunned. The people behind him were even more shocked. They knew Su Lai's strength, but now he could not even take one attack. What did this mean? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in their eyes. Now, can we reconsider the allocation? Lin Xian put away the wind shadow sword and said slowly, I was reckless before. Let's do as junior brother Lin said. Su Lai quickly said. The sword just now made his heart jump. He was not a fool. Naturally, he knew that Lin Xian had been merciful. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Therefore, he could only obediently agree with Lin Xian's suggestion. We also have no objections. Yang Qin and Qin Feng also quickly said. Originally, they did not intend to refute. Now that they had seen Lin Xian's strength, they would not object. In that case, let's begin. We will work together to encircle and suppress the monsters below. As for how many monsters we can take, it will all depend on your ability. Hearing this, Yang Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Su Yu and the other three looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. If it were not for Lin Xian, they would not have had the chance to join. Powerful auras burst out. Yang Lin and the others looked dignified and were ready to attack. Just as they were rushing down to kill the demonic beasts in the distant mountain range, there were a few figures coldly observing everything. They have made their move. Should we make our move too? A flirtatious voice was heard. No hurry. Let them deal with the bronze monsters in the periphery first. Soon, another steady voice said, Su Lai and the others are nothing to be afraid of. However, that guy called Lin Xian has some strength. That sword was amazing. Hee, no matter how amazing he is no match for us. We have been hiding for so long. Now, it's time to show our true strength. The flirtatious voice was heard again. If we rush to the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Board, I wonder if we will shock everyone? Of course. With this speed, we can break the record. Hee, I can't wait. The two of them whispered to each other. Their words were full of confidence. It was not difficult for them to rush to the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Board. Chapter 930. But Big Brother, aren't we being a little cruel by doing this? I think so too. Why don't we compensate each of them with 10 demonic cores as compensation? I'm very generous. The deep voice sounded again. Hee, I think they will be grateful to Big Brother when the time comes. If Su Lai and the others heard this, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. 10 demonic cores were not even enough to appease a beggar. This was a blatant humiliation. However, they did not hear it because they had already rushed to the nest of the demonic beasts. Lin Xian and the others went all out, unleashing a powerful aura that rushed down like a storm. The bronze demonic beasts below roared. They felt the aura of the humans and immediately became furious. One by one, they roared at the sky as a majestic demonic chi surged out of their bodies. Many demonic beasts even rushed into the sky. Although these bronze demonic beasts were not very intelligent, they were not without intelligence. At this moment, when they saw the humans, they naturally understood what was going on, so they roared out one by one. In just an instant, hundreds of figures rushed towards Lin Xian and the others. Although they were bronze demonic beasts, this formation was not to be underestimated. Go! Without needing Lin Xian's order, Su Lai and the others gave the order one after another. The warriors behind them also quickly drew their weapons and launched a fierce attack towards the demonic beasts. These people were very powerful, and at this moment they attacked with all their strength. Their attacks were extremely fierce, and any demonic beasts that were enveloped by the sword light were instantly cut in half. From the corpses, demonic cores that were suffused with a faint green light surged out. It was extremely tempting. Seeing these demonic cores, countless people's eyes turned red. They had searched outside for so long and only found a dozen demonic cores. Now they had obtained dozens of demonic cores in just an instant. This speed was absolutely terrifying. No wonder so many people were willing to search for the demonic beast's nest. This efficiency was simply heaven-defying. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. Azure cold air surged and spread in all directions. Countless frost quickly swept in all directions. All the demonic beasts that were touched by the blue frost all moved slowly and finally turned into ice sculptures. In the next moment, Lin Xian flicked his finger slightly, and a sword wave spread out and blasted towards the ice sculptures. Pung, pung, pung. With a single strike, countless ice sculptures shattered. Bronze demon cores flew out and were collected by Lin Xian. Su Yu and the others saw this scene and exclaimed again. Although these were only bronze beasts, There were so many of them that they couldn't be underestimated. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would actually be so ferocious, killing a bunch of them in one move? Not only Lin Xian, but in the next moment, they saw Murong Qingqing attack as well. Dazzling palm images appeared in the air, bringing with them a mysterious aura as they blasted out in all directions. As expected, countless bronze beasts were torn apart. His harvesting speed was in no way inferior to Lin Xian's. Su Yu was stunned. She didn't know what to say. The 4 of them were fast, but compared to Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, they were much slower. It had to be said that the 2 of them were really terrifying. In addition to Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, the other 3 teams also moved forward rapidly, quickly harvesting the bronze beasts below. The 4 teams rushed down together from 4 directions, and their target was the silver-level demonic beasts in the depths of the nest. If they could kill a silver-level demonic beast, the number of demon cores they would obtain would definitely surpass the total number they had obtained before. The 4 teams rushed forward quickly, all wanting to gain the upper hand. However, Lin Xian soon noticed that something was wrong, because they found that most of the bronze beasts around them were rushing towards them. As a result, their speed was greatly reduced. Damn it, how could this be? Su Yu's face was ugly. She felt that the pressure around them was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It's those people. They reduced their attack output, so these beasts think that we are the biggest threat and are all rushing towards us, Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice. How can they be so shameless? We agreed to work together, but now they are framing us. Su Yu and the others were furious. Lin Xian was very calm. They had formed the cooperation on the spur of the moment. How could this kind of relationship be strong? Especially when they had to face the strong temptation of silver-level demonic beasts. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Moreover, in Lin Xian's opinion, their goal of cooperation had been achieved. Although there were a large number of bronze beasts surrounding them, compared to entering alone, these bronze beasts were not worth mentioning. After all, no matter how little the 3 forces attacked, they still attracted a lot of beasts. Therefore, the current situation seemed dangerous, but Lin Xian was fully capable of handling it. Ignore them. It's better for us if they don't come to fight for the bronze beasts, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. With his soul power, he could naturally feel the strong demonic aura in the depths of the nest, and it seemed that there was more than one silver-level demonic beast. He was afraid that the other party wouldn't succeed so easily. Since Lin Xian had spoken, Su Yu and the others didn't object. Instead, they calmed down and started to kill the bronze beasts around them. Just as Lin Xian and the others were going all out to kill the bronze beasts, the other 3 teams were like arrows that had been released from a bow, quickly dashing into the depths of the nest. Humph, idiot. No matter how many bronze beasts there are, they can't compare to the demonic core of a silver-level demonic beast. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others didn't chase after them, Su Lai sneered. That's right. No matter how powerful that kid is, he is still a freshman. Maybe he doesn't even know about the existence of silver-level demonic beasts. Behind him, the other martial artists were also mocking him. Let's go. Don't worry about them. Let's get the silver-level demonic beasts first. Su Lai snorted coldly and led the team to speed up. Looking at the 3 teams getting further and further away, Lin Xian sneered and looked away. He didn't think that those people could take all the silver-level demonic beasts. Looking away, Lin Xian started to attack with all his might. A blue ice lotus bloomed on his fingertip and quickly grew in size, covering the entire area. Countless cold chi surged, turning the entire area into a world of ice and snow. The demonic beasts that were swept by the cold chi turned into ice cubes. The rest of the demonic beasts didn't fare well either. They were all affected by the cold chi, and their movements slowed down. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others were overjoyed. They weren't newbies. If their opponents slowed down in this kind of battle, it would be a great advantage for them. Immediately, the four of them attacked with all their might. Dazzling and terrifying attacks flew across the sky. Countless energy surged like waves. Lin Xian and the others worked together and quickly harvested the bronze beasts. Junior brother Lin, we have already gotten 700 bronze demonic cores. Su Yu cheered excitedly. This number had long exceeded their expectations. Chapter 931. However, they knew that if it weren't for Lin Xian and Morong Qingcheng, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many demonic cores. Lin Xian's side also had a bountiful harvest of over 1,000 demonic cores. Morong Qingcheng's harvest was about the same as Lin Xian's. It could be said that everyone returned with a bountiful harvest this time. Lin Xian put away the ice lotus and looked around. At this moment, the number of demonic beasts had decreased rapidly, and a large area of empty space had appeared. Most of the demonic beasts had been killed, and Lin Xian had no intention of attacking the remaining demonic beasts. Bang! Suddenly, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Terrifying cracks emerged from the depths of the demonic beast lair and spread in all directions. Terrifying and shocking demonic qi swept in all directions. Along with it, there were countless angry roars and violent spiritual energy. Seeing this, all 6 of them looked into the depths of the lair. They knew that the 3 teams must have fought with the silver-level demonic beasts. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian said quickly. Anyway, most of the demonic beasts here had been killed, so there was no point in staying here. Nodding slightly, Morong Qingcheng and the others followed behind Lin Xian. As most of the bronze-level demonic beasts had been killed, they didn't encounter much resistance as they entered the depths of the lair. Soon, Lin Xian and the others saw the scene in front of them. In front of them, the 3 teams stood in 3 different directions with solemn expressions. Many of them were injured, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. It was obvious that they had suffered a great loss in the battle just now. Opposite the 3 teams, there were several tall figures. Their bodies were suffused with silver light, which shrouded their huge bodies. However, one could vaguely see their ferocious and terrifying appearances. Lin Xian looked and saw that there were a total of 7 demonic beasts. 7 silver-level demonic beasts. Su Yu and the others gasped in shock. This lineup was already very terrifying. 6 light, silver demonic beasts were equivalent to ordinary 3rd Heaven Venerables, and 1 pure silver demonic beast was equivalent to a peak 3rd Heaven Venerables. The combination of these 7 demonic beasts was absolutely shocking. No wonder there would be such a terrifying tremor, and no wonder the 3 teams would be injured. In front of these 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts, no one would be able to do anything. Should we make a move? Su Yu and the others looked solemn. Although they might not be able to defeat him, they had to try their best. No need. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Don't they like first come, first served? Let them fight first. We'll just watch. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. Didn't the other party want to take it all for himself? Let's see if the other party can spit it out. If the 3 teams hadn't done that before, perhaps Lin Xian would have joined forces with them to fight against these silver-ranked beasts. But now Lin Xian would never forgive these people for abandoning them just because they wanted to take everything for themselves. Su Lai and the others naturally saw Lin Xian. They were overjoyed and their eyes lit up. They had seen Lin Xian's skills, and he was definitely not weaker than them. Besides, Morong Qingcheng was beside him, and he was also a genius. If they had the help of these 2 people, their chances of winning would be much higher. However, they soon frowned because they saw Lin Xian and the others standing aside and watching quietly. They didn't seem to have any intention of helping. Junior brother Lin, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Let's take down these 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts together. Yeah, 7 silver-ranked demonic beasts. We're definitely going to make a fortune this time. Su Lai and the others shouted. Yang Cheng and Qin Feng were silent. They could guess why Lin Xian didn't attack immediately. It probably had something to do with the fact that they abandoned Lin Xian and the others. Thinking of this, they looked at each other and sighed. They were blinded by greed and wanted to take the demonic beasts for themselves. But now, it seemed that their decision was a mistake. Hearing Su Lai's voice, Su Yu was furious. She had never seen such a shameless person. Now you have the nerve to talk about joining forces? Who was it that left us behind? This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. He's too shameless. He just did something wrong to us, and now he wants to join forces with us? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Su Yu and the others were furious. Hearing this, Su Lai and the others' faces darkened. Indeed, they abandoned Lin Xian and the others in order to take the demonic beasts for themselves. However, being reprimanded by 4 second sky venerables made him feel embarrassed. He immediately snorted. Junior brother Lin, now's not the time to be impulsive. I advise you to join forces with us. Otherwise, no one will get the silver-ranked demonic beasts. I think you'd better not multitask. Lin Xian shrugged and pointed to the front. Seeing Lin Xian's action, Su Lai's heart raced. He had a bad feeling. They were so focused on persuading Lin Xian that they forgot that there were 7 beasts in front of them. In the next moment, a terrifying hurricane came. It was mixed with countless silver light blades, and it quickly rushed towards the 3 teams. The momentum was terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the ground was smashed into pieces. As the hurricane roared, everyone's faces darkened. Many people were engulfed by the hurricane. They screamed and were blown away. Suddenly, a mermaid-like monster with silver scales all over its body turned into a beam of silver light and slammed into Su Lai. Bang! A deep sound was heard. The terrifying force tore the void apart. Su Lai's face changed. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Boss! Seeing this, many martial artists exclaimed and retreated. Even the most powerful Su Lai was blown away. They were no match for the demonic beasts. Yang Cheng and Qin Feng felt their scalps tingle. They quickly led their teams to a safe place. However, they did not leave. Instead, they confronted the silver-level demonic beasts again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up on the temptation. Seeing this one-sided situation, Lin Xian shrugged. Murong Qingqing was expressionless. Su Yu and the rest were excited. Obviously, the impact just now was very satisfying for them. Su Lai got up from the ground. Ignoring the mockery of Su Yu and the rest, he looked at Lin Xian again. Junior brother Lin, we were wrong before. We were too greedy. However, I think we should work together this time. Otherwise, even if we lose, you won't be able to take down these silver-level demonic beasts. Hearing this, Yang Qing and Qin Feng looked over with hope in their eyes. However, Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. You think too much. Who says we can't take them down? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, especially Su Lai, whose mouth kept twitching. He was going crazy. He cursed in his heart. Damn you! What do you think these are? Cabbages? There are 7 silver-level demonic beasts. How can you take them down with just 6 people? Chapter 932. After all, the 3 teams were extremely powerful when they teamed up. However, they still failed to take down the beasts. And now, Lin Xian said that they could do it alone? Su Lai thought it was hilarious. Qin Feng and Yang Qing also had a strange look on their faces. Clearly, they did not believe Lin Xian's words. However, they only dared to curse in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud. Taking a deep breath, Su Lai suppressed the anger in his heart to ensure that he would not go berserk. Junior brother Lin, don't joke around. There are 7 beasts, and one of them is at the peak of the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm. I'm afraid the 6 of you can't take them down. You don't have to worry about that. If you don't believe me, you can watch from the side. Having said that, Lin Xian ignored them and turned to look at the 7 silver-level beasts in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the rest twitched their mouths in disbelief. Su Lai snorted and said eerily, "All right, I'll see how junior brother Lin deals with 7 silver-level beasts." Then he waved his sleeve and led his team to watch the show. In his opinion, Lin Xian could not fight against so many beasts. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly to show off. In his opinion, Lin Xian would definitely fail. He wanted to know what Lin Xian's expression would be after he failed. Moreover, he might not even need to beg Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian would come and beg them to team up. By then, they could use the opportunity to make unreasonable demands. Thinking of this, Su Lai smiled evilly. He could not wait to see Lin Xian's expression when he failed. Qin Feng and Yang Qing did not say anything. They led their teams to the side. Su Yu and the rest came back to their senses and asked in shock, "Junior brother Lin, are we really going to fight against the 7 silver-level beasts?" Su Yu and the rest were shocked. Even Su Lai and the other 2 teams could not fight against them. Now, Lin Xian wanted to fight them alone. Not only that, if anything happened during the fight, Su Lai and the rest would not hesitate to add insult to injury. However, Lin Xian grinned. "Don't worry, I am confident. Morong, I'll leave those 6 silver demonic beasts to you. Help me restrain them. Don't worry, no problem." Morong Qingqing nodded. She had unlimited confidence in Lin Xian. With Morong Qingqing assisting from the side, Lin Xian was able to relax. This way, he could focus on dealing with the pure silver-colored demonic beast. In the next moment, he took out the black package on his back and slowly opened it. Then, a sharp aura gushed out, and countless sword shadows appeared in the void. What a powerful aura! That's a half-earth rank artifact. Everyone was shocked when they felt that sharp aura. Then, they suddenly remembered that Lin Xian still had a half-earth step artifact in his hand. That kind of weapon was exceptionally powerful, enough to multiply Lin Xian's attack power. Lin Xian's movements were very gentle. He slowly opened black package and took out the Lone Star sword. The moment he held the Lone Star sword, his aura became unusually sharp. It was as if a peerless divine sword was quickly awakening. The silver-colored demonic beasts on the opposite side felt this aura and roared anxiously. They turned into numerous silver lights and rushed over. Seeing those silver figures, Morong Qingqing's body swayed and rushed forward. Her palms danced, and the shadows of her palms were like butterflies flitting through flowers. They quickly enveloped the 6 silver-colored demonic beasts. What? She wants to fight against 6 silver-colored demonic beasts alone? Seeing Morong Qingqing's actions, everyone was stunned. Then Su Lai sneered. Although he knew about Morong Qingqing's reputation, it was limited to her beauty and status. As for her strength, he did not agree. However, Morong Qingqing ignored the gasps around her. Her jade-like hands fluttered, and the shadows of her palms blasted out. Bang! A deep sound was heard. The silver-colored demonic beast at the front was the first to be hit. It was hit by the shadows of the palms and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. It crashed into the mountain behind it, creating a terrifying crater. The other 5 silver-colored demonic beasts were also hit by the wind of the palms. They swayed and could not get close. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially Su Lai and the others. Their eyelids twitched, and their faces were filled with shock. They did not expect the beautiful girl to have such terrifying strength. Just as Morong Qingqing was restraining the 6 silver-colored demonic beasts, Lin Xian also held the Lone Star sword. A terrifying sword intent rose from his body. A dazzling sword chi gushed out from his body and shot up into the sky. It carried a terrifying killing intent as it swept across the area. Feeling the sword chi, many people's hearts raced. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. The handsome young man in front of them was too terrifying. His strength was much stronger than when he fought with Heian Qingfeng. On the opposite side, the pure silver-colored demonic beast naturally felt the sharp aura as well. It immediately roared uneasily. It was a demonic beast that was more than 2 meters tall. Its body was covered with silver scales that shone brightly. It looked like a strange fish that was standing upright. It was very strange. In its hand was a silver trident. With a furious roar, the strange silver-colored fish rushed over. It was like a silver stream of light, stabbing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath. A powerful sword intent burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he held the Lone Star sword tightly and slashed out. A dazzling sword chi flew out. It carried an extremely terrifying aura as it quickly slashed forward. The huge sword chi slashed down, enveloping everything in front of it. Rumble! The sword chi flashed and countless waves of chi rolled. It was so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. Only when the sword chi disappeared did everyone open their eyes. They could not wait to look forward. Then their pupils constricted. Their faces were filled with shock as they stood rooted to the ground. In front of them, Lin Xian stood proudly. From under his feet, a huge crack spread into the distance, splitting the ground in half. The strange silver-colored fish was cut in half. Its body was split in half, and the cut was even. It was obvious that it had been killed by a single slash. Not only that, but the destructive power of that slash was too great. The mountains in the distance were all split apart by that slash, and a terrifying transparent belt appeared. Shock, absolute shock. Countless people were stunned. They could not use words to describe their feelings at all, especially Su Lai. A deep sense of fear rose in his heart. That was a pure silver-colored demonic beast. It was equivalent to a peak third heaven venerable. However, it was killed by a single slash without being able to fight back at all. Lin Xian was too terrifying. When he thought of this, he wanted to slap himself a few times. One had to know that he had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian before. Who knew if Lin Xian would come looking for him now? Su Lai's expression was extremely ugly. He even had the urge to run away. Chapter 933. Everyone else was shocked as well. Yang Hao and Qin Feng smiled bitterly. They didn't believe it at first, but now it seemed that the opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. However, these silver beasts probably had nothing to do with them. Buzz! In front of them, a silver light shone from the beast's body. Then a walnut-sized light ball slowly rose and floated in the sky. Silver Demon Core! Seeing this, everyone exclaimed again. Not only that, but everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Especially Su Lai and the others, they were all excited. Their eyes were burning, and they couldn't wait to attack. Feeling the change in everyone's emotions, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice contained a sharp aura and a hint of killing intent. Suddenly, everyone's body trembled, and their eyes became clear again. Su Lai and the others were even more terrified. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, and their faces were filled with fear. If they didn't hold back their greed and rushed forward, they would definitely be killed by Lin Xian's sword. Thinking of this, countless people lowered their heads and held back the desire in their hearts. However, even though Lin Xian had intimidated everyone around him, he had neglected one thing, and that was the other 6 silver-colored beasts. Seeing the silver demon core, the other 6 silver beasts roared one by one. Their voices were filled with eagerness. In the next moment, the 6 beasts went berserk. The demonic aura on their bodies burned rapidly, forming into balls of silver flames that wrapped around them. Their aura also skyrocketed in an instant. Roar! The 6 beasts roared ferociously and rushed toward the pure silver demon core. Oh no, these beasts are going berserk. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others screamed. Seeing the silver-white demon core, the remaining 6 silver-ranked demon beasts' eyes turned red and they roared in anger. In the next moment, They all went berserk and rushed toward the pure silver demon core. Obviously, they wanted to swallow the pure silver demon core. This scene made everyone's expression change, especially Suyu and the other three. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They didn't expect that the demon core would be so tempting. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect this to happen either. However, the silver-ranked demon core was something that he had his eyes on. He would not allow anyone else to fight for it, even if the other party had 6 silver-ranked demon beasts. With a cold snort, Lin Xian gripped the Lone Star sword once again and was about to attack. At this moment, a delicate shout came from the front, followed by a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Murong Qingcheng let out a delicate cry as her jade-like hands quickly slammed downwards. That palm was as white as jade as it slowly descended. Everyone was suspicious. They looked at each other in dismay because they didn't see the terrifying scene that they had imagined. However, in the next moment, their jaws dropped and their eyes were filled with shock, because at some point 6 terrifying purple palms had appeared in the sky. The purple palm was the size of a house. Purple energy surged, and it carried with it a terrifying collision sound like thunder and lightning. The 6 purple palms that looked like gods and devils suddenly appeared above the 6 silver-ranked demonic beasts and slammed down on them. Bang! The earth trembled, and a terrifying tremor sounded out. Spiritual chi surged in all directions, and purple lightning descended. In the blink of an eye, the 6 silver-ranked beasts turned into blood mist. 6 palm prints appeared on the ground. They were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom, and they were emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, countless people were stunned, especially Su Lai and the others. They swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Many people were trembling, and their hearts were filled with fear. Those were 6 silver-ranked demonic beasts, which was equivalent to 6 level 3 supremacies. However, they were killed in an instant, and they were killed in a single blow. Such a method was truly heaven-defying. What exactly were those purple palms? Qin Feng and the others also looked at the sky solemnly. However, the sky had already regained its clarity, and the mysterious purple palms were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows in surprise. The purple palms appeared so suddenly that even he didn't notice them in advance. This girl's strength is so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that unless he used extreme speed to dodge the attack just now, he wouldn't be able to break through it at all. In the sky, it was as if the purple palms had never appeared. However, the 6 terrifying palm prints on the ground showed its power. There were also 6 silver-ranked demonic cores floating in the 6 palm prints, but their color was lighter than the previous one. Murong Qingcheng waved her hand, and the 6 silver-ranked demonic cores flew into her hand. Then the terrifying aura on his body quickly disappeared and finally entered his body. In the next moment, Murong Qingcheng's body floated like a purple ray of light, and she instantly arrived beside Lin Xian. She stretched out her lotus-like arm and gently opened her palm. 6 silver-ranked demonic cores appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Including the one in Lin Xian's hand, there were a total of 7 demonic cores, and all of them were obtained by them. Lin Xian looked at the demonic cores in his hand, and his lips curled into a smile. His soul was outstanding, and naturally he could clearly feel the energy contained in the silver-ranked demonic cores. It definitely surpassed the thousands of bronze-ranked demonic cores in his hand. No wonder so many people were trying so hard to find silver-ranked demonic cores. It was not for other reasons, but the energy contained in the silver-ranked demonic cores was too terrifying. The silver-ranked demonic cores were probably the most precious things in this lair. I'll leave these demonic cores to you for safekeeping. Lin Xian smiled and placed the pure, silver-ranked demonic core in Murong Qingcheng's hand. All right, then leave them with me for now. I'll help you keep them, Murong Qingcheng said with a smile. Looking at the 7 silver-ranked demonic cores in Morong Chingching's hand, Su Lai and the others' eyes burned with passion, and they could not wait to snatch them. However, in the end he restrained himself, and at the same time let out a deep sigh. Regardless of whether it was Lin Xian or Morong Chingching, the strength that they had displayed had completely surpassed theirs. Even if they had more people, they were afraid that they would not be able to defeat them. Lin Xian's sword had almost split the entire lair in half. None of them would have been able to block that sword. As for Morong Chingching, they did not dare to provoke her. Who knew when a terrifying purple palm would appear above their heads? Therefore, although Qin Feng and the rest had burning eyes, they knew that this thing had nothing to do with them, especially Su Lai, who looked at Lin Xian with deep fear in his eyes. He did not even dare to raise his head and did not even dare to stay here. If Lin Xian were to find trouble with him and settle the score with him, he would really be finished. Thinking of this, Su Lai's scalp went numb, and his heart was filled with fear. He quickly retreated and led his subordinates away. When Qin Feng and Yang Hao saw this, they also called their subordinates and left. Looking at the backs of the 3 teams, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. Chapter 934. However, in the end he did not make a move. Forget it, they must have peed their pants by now. There was no need for him to threaten them. They would not dare to cause trouble for him in the future. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian ignored them. He picked up a silver demon core and gave it to Su Yu and the others. Su Yu and the others looked at the silver demon core in shock. They did not expect Lin Xian to give them one. They did not even make a move from the beginning to the end. Junior brother Lin, this is not appropriate. This thing is too precious. Su Yu shook her head. Although she was excited, she knew that this thing was too precious. She could not accept it. Senior sister Su, just take it. Without your information, we wouldn't have been able to come to this beast lair. Morong Chingching also tried to persuade her. Junior sister Morong, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, to be honest, it is already a huge surprise for us to be able to obtain 700 bronze demon cores this time. We will not accept these silver demon cores. Su Yu shook her head. She was not a greedy person. She did not contribute at all during the battle, so she would feel uneasy if it was taken away. How about this? I will give you the bronze demon cores in my hand. Seeing that she insisted, Lin Xian did not force her. He took back the silver demon core and took out a storage bag. There were more than 1,000 bronze demon cores in it. Senior sister Su, don't refuse this time. Lin Xian handed over the storage bag. Thank you, junior brother Lin and junior sister Morong. In the end, Su Yu accepted the storage bag. At the same time, her beautiful eyes showed a touch of excitement. The 2 girls and the young man were also excited. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so generous and give them 1,000 bronze demon cores. Since there are no more silver demon beasts, there is no need to stay here. Let's leave quickly. Okay. Su Yu and the others nodded. Then Lin Xian and the others flew towards the exit of the monster lair. Not long after, they arrived near the exit. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because there were violent fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the exit, as well as the sound of metal clashing. This time, not only Lin Xian, but Su Yu and the others also heard it because the fighting sounds were too intense. The sounds of fighting ahead made Lin Xian and the others frown. Furthermore, judging from the fluctuation of the aura, it shouldn't be a demonic beast. In that case, there was only one outcome left, and that was a battle between the students of the Immortal Martial Academy. The 6 of them didn't know what had happened, but they had a bad premonition in their hearts. Speed up, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he took the lead and flew out. Everyone followed behind him and rushed towards the exit. This time their speed was very fast, so it didn't take long for them to arrive near the entrance of the demonic beast lair. The next moment, Lin Xian's frown deepened because he saw that most of the people from the 3 teams that had left earlier were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Even Su Lai, Qin Feng, and the others were injured, and they looked ahead with anger. In front of them stood 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a long black robe, and the woman was wearing a white dress. The 2 of them stood there casually, and their eyes were full of mockery. It was obvious that the 2 of them were the ones who had injured Su Lai and the others. Murong Qingqing and the others had also arrived. When they saw the wailing scene on the ground, their faces were extremely ugly. Moreover, the male and female figures who owed the fee were also looking at Lin Xian's group at this moment. Their eyes also contained a trace of ridicule. The black-white double ghosts, it's them! Su Yu saw the 2 figures in front of her and suddenly exclaimed, with a hint of fear in her voice, "The black-white double ghosts? Are they also from the college?" Lin Xian asked. Naturally, he could feel the fear in Su Yu's voice, which made him even more confused. One had to know that she had not shown such emotions when facing the 7 silver-ranked beasts earlier. They are indeed the students of the college. The man is the black devil, and the woman is the white devil. The 2 of them are cruel and often walk together, so they are called the black-white double ghosts. Su Yu's face was extremely ugly. The black-white double ghosts are very ruthless. Fighting and stealing are common for them. However, because they are very strong, very few people can compete with them. This has also made them even more famous. "Oh, you seem to know quite a lot," the White Fiend said in a strange tone. Hearing this, Su Yu's body trembled slightly, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Lin Xian glanced at the other party coldly, then asked again, "How strong are they?" "I don't know, but they are very strong. The 2 of them once challenged Li Yunfei, but they were defeated. After that, they have not appeared for more than half a year. I didn't expect them to appear at the Monster Slayers gathering this time. They challenged Li Yunfei." Lin Xian whispered and narrowed his eyes. Although they were defeated in the end, those who dared to challenge Li Yunfei were definitely not weaklings. It seemed that the 2 of them were indeed very difficult to deal with. "Junior brother Lin, the 2 of them are ruthless. If possible, don't get into a conflict with them," Su Yu reminded him softly. "I'll try my best." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, but it seemed that the other party did not intend to let them go. "Hee, are you guys done talking?" At this time, the White Devil spoke again. "How is it, little brother? Do you understand our strength and style?" The White Devil asked softly. Her voice was very soft. If one did not know, they would think that she was the big sister next door. However, Lin Xian and the others did not think so, because the dozens of people lying on the ground were all injured by the 2 of them. "I do understand, but I don't know why you 2 are here. Are you waiting for us?" Lin Xian still had a smile on his face. He was not very nervous. "Waiting for you? Hee, you guessed right. We are indeed waiting for you," the White Devil said softly. Next to her, the Black Devil said coldly, "Since you know how strong we are, quickly hand over the silver demon core in your hands." "Yes, hand it over obediently, and you can avoid some physical pain. Otherwise, you will be like them, begging for mercy on the ground." Next to her, the White Devil said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yu and the others' faces became very ugly. Sure enough, these people were coming for them. Not only that, they wanted to snatch the silver demon core. With Lin Xian's character, he would definitely not agree. Su Yu tried to control her body, took a deep breath, and whispered, "If we fight later, we must help junior brother Lin. Even if we can't beat them, we have to do our best." Chapter 935. Hearing this, the remaining 3 nodded desperately. They had not known Lin Xian for a long time, but he had taken good care of them. Not only had he led them to the nest, but he had also given them an extra 1,000 green bronze demon cores. Now that Lin Xian was in trouble, of course, they would do their best to help. Morong Qingqing said, slowly, "Don't worry, the situation won't be that bad." Lin Xian heard their words and sneered. "You two are really straightforward. No wonder you're called the Black-White Double Demons." Cut the crap. We don't have time to waste with you. Hand over the silver demon cores and we'll spare you the pain. Otherwise, we'll beat you until you hand them over. I have a bad temper, so I'll only give you one chance. Get lost, or face the consequences. Lin Xian said coldly. Su Yu and the others were stunned when they heard Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian was too domineering. Good, good, good. Hey laughed loudly. It seems that we haven't been out for a long time, and some people have forgotten our reputation. You're the first one who dares to talk to us like this. The next moment, Hey suddenly roared, and the spiritual energy on his body erupted like a volcano. A black long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out. The long sword was about 5 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was like a black poisonous snake, blooming with black light. Buzz! The jet black light condensed to form a huge crescent-shaped sword projection, which slashed down viciously. The wind whistled, and the spiritual energy surged. The black sword made an ear-piercing sound in the air, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. The surrounding mountains and boulders were also turned into ashes under the aftermath of the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the black sword had already arrived above Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted, and the cold air on his body surged. It quickly condensed into a large blue fist in front of him and blasted upward. Bang! A low sound was heard. The sword chi surged and spread in all directions. The cold air was extremely piercing. The two terrifying forces surged and finally disappeared in the air at the same time. He can block it? Behind, Bai Sha was also surprised. No wonder he had been in the limelight recently. It seemed that he had some ability. Lin Xian's reputation had spread throughout the academy recently, so the twin demons of black and white had naturally heard of him. However, they didn't take it to heart. As far as they were concerned, the other party was merely a brat who had just entered the academy. Back then, when they were all powerful, the other party was nowhere to be found. However, from the looks of it now, the other party wasn't completely useless. Kid, you're more capable than I thought. Hey Sha put away his black longsword and said coldly, "If you don't want to hand over your silver demon core, that's fine too. As long as you leave the Lone Star sword behind, we'll let you leave safely and won't take your demon cores." Kid, the Lone Star sword is a waste in your hands. Only by handing it over to us can it flourish. With the Lone Star sword, we will definitely be able to kill Li Yunfei this time. He Sha's eyes were also burning with passion. If you want the Lone Star sword, we'll have to see if you have what it takes. Lin Xian's voice gradually turned cold. First, they wanted his demon core. Now, they wanted to snatch the Lone Star sword. Did they really think that he was a pushover? However, I think that even if you two have the Lone Star sword, you're still no match for Li Yunfei. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, what did you say? He Sha suddenly screamed. You're courting death. He Sha's face was gloomy and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Back then, when they had just entered the academy, they were also extremely ambitious. Together with the brother and sister, they could be said to be an invincible team. Very few people were their match. However, there was another person who had risen quickly at that time, and that was Li Yunfei. Moreover, his reputation was even greater than the brother and sisters. Naturally, the two of them were unwilling to fall behind. Hence, they decided to challenge Li Yunfei. However, what shocked them was that Li Yunfei had defeated the brother and sister in just one move. To them, that was simply humiliating. Hence, they didn't attempt to enter the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard again. Instead, they focused on cultivating and swore that they would definitely defeat Li Yunfei. However, As their cultivation increased, they became more aware of how terrifying Li Yunfei was. When they came out of seclusion this time, they found out that Lin Xian had a half-Earth rank treasure, and immediately had an idea. If they had a half-Earth rank treasure, their strength would definitely increase exponentially. By then, their chances of defeating Li Yunfei would also greatly increase. Hence, the current situation had occurred. Now, Lin Xian had said that even if they had the Lone Star Sword, they would still be no match for Li Yunfei. This was definitely a stab to their sore spot. The black-white double demons were filled with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to tear each other apart. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some reputation. In front of us, you're nothing. Ever since I mentioned Li Yunfei's name, the two of you have become restless. Looks like Li Yunfei is really your inner demon. Someone who even has a flaw in his martial arts heart dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're courting death. He Sha was furious. The spiritual power on his body erupted and wrapped around him like a black flame. A violent and ferocious aura swept out in all directions. This aura is so powerful. Su Yu and the others' faces changed drastically. They did not expect the black-white double ghost's cultivation to increase so quickly. Compared to before, there was a world of difference. Judging by their aura, they had probably reached the peak of the third heaven of the honorable realm. Kid, I'll let you see the power of the black-white double ghosts today. He Sha's voice was cold and carried a strong murderous intent. Like a ghost, he flew out quickly and held the black long sword in his hand tightly. With a clang, the long sword was unsheathed. A sword light as black as ink surged out from the sword and turned into a sword light that was hundreds of feet long in the air, filling the surroundings. Black moon slash. With a roar, the black sword light that was hundreds of feet long in the sky surged and turned into a black moon. A shocking power was emitted from the black moon, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. He Sha waved his arm and the black longsword fell. The black moon in the sky also changed and smashed downward like a meteorite. Rumble! Before the black moon arrived, the aftershock had already penetrated the ground and countless terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Su Yu and the others' faces changed drastically, and they retreated quickly. They could not withstand the power at all. Murong Qingcheng also stepped lightly and landed in a safe area in the distance, like a purple phantom. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He raised his head slightly and looked at the black moon in the sky. The aura on his body was also quickly condensing. Rumble. However, in the next moment, the black moon in the sky suddenly emitted a black light and instantly accelerated, directly enveloping Lin Xian. A strong wind blew in front of him, and a black light quickly hit the ground, forming a black energy storm that quickly spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground was mercilessly torn apart. Countless mountains collapsed, and half of the entire monster lair collapsed. Junior Brother Lin. Su Yu and the others' faces changed drastically, and they screamed. Chapter 936. Junior Brother Lin. Seeing this, Su Yu and the others' expressions fell, and they cried out because they saw that Lin Xian was completely covered by the black moon. They could not imagine the consequences of being hit by such an attack. Murong Qingcheng did not scream, but her face was solemn, and there was even a trace of coldness in her eyes. An obscure and terrifying aura was quickly condensing in her body, and she was about to explode at any time. Ha 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 ha. You're so weak. I really don't know where you got your reputation from. He Sha stood proudly with a black long sword in his hand. He looked down at the energy storm with disdain. He had thought that Lin Xian was someone extraordinary when he saw how eloquent Lin Xian was. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian could not even block his sword. How ridiculous. You're really weak. Your attack is trash. You can't even break my defense. I don't know where you black, white double demons got your reputation. The same disdainful voice sounded, but this voice came from the energy storm. What? That's impossible. He Sha was stunned and then exclaimed. He was familiar with this voice. It was Lin Xian's voice, and it seemed that Lin Xian was not hurt at all. But how could that be? He could not believe it. Junior brother Lin. Su Yu and the others also exclaimed, and there was a touch of surprise in their eyes. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, revealed a faint smile, and the horrifying energy inside her body also disappeared quietly. In the next moment, a red light suddenly bloomed in the black energy storm, like the sun, shining in all directions. Boom! A huge and majestic force rushed out from the center of the energy storm and quickly swept in all directions. Along with that force, the entire storm suddenly split open, and a huge red palm stretched out from the ground. It was extremely terrifying. The entire black energy storm was forcefully torn apart by this palm. The red palm was dozens of feet tall, and it was bright red all over. It bloomed with a metallic light, and countless rays of light hung down, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. There was a touch of disdain in the corner of his mouth, and his cold eyes looked forward. What? He's really fine. He Sha's pupils shrank when he saw this. That's impossible. Beside him, the white fiend screamed. She knew how powerful that black moonlight was. Most likely, no third heaven venerables would be able to block it. However, the other party was a second-rank venerable realm cultivator. Not only had he blocked the attack, he hadn't even suffered any injuries. This was too shocking. She couldn't believe it. Su Yu and the others were even more shocked. The energy shockwave from the black sword chi was already too much for them to bear. One could only imagine what kind of attack Lin Xian had to endure. But now, Lin Xian was completely fine. Although it was hard to believe, they were overjoyed. Lin Xian being fine was the best news for them. Murong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Although she believed in Lin Xian, the scene just now still made her heart skip a beat. Since you're done attacking, isn't it my turn now? Lin Xian said coldly. Then, his fingers moved quickly and formed a strange seal. Following his actions, the huge red palm above him quickly formed a seal. In the next moment, a blazing power gushed out from the huge red palm. Red light surged and quickly condensed. Countless flames danced and dyed the entire sky red. In the sea of fire, a clear voice was heard. Then a fiery red figure flew out and covered the entire sky. Vermilion bird seal. Following Lin Xian's shout, a vermilion bird was born from the fire. It looked like a real divine beast. Block it for me. He Sha roared, and an even more terrifying aura erupted from his body. He held his black sword tightly and quickly slashed out several sword chi. Bang, bang, bang. In the void, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Although the black sword chi was terrifying, it was shattered by the vermilion bird in an even more powerful manner. With every sword chi that was shattered, He Sha's face turned paler. In the end, his entire arm was trembling slightly. One could imagine how terrifying his opponent's strength was. However, before he could recover from the shock, the huge vermilion bird was already in front of him. It spread its wings that were hundreds of feet long and covered the sky. Soon, it completely enveloped He Sha. In an instant, He Sha's body trembled. He had suffered an unimaginable attack. Terrifying flames quickly engulfed him and burned him fiercely. In the sky, the huge fiery red fireball burned and covered the entire sky. Although the crowd could not see the scene inside, they knew that He Sha was suffering unimaginable pain from the screams that came from time to time. Seeing this scene, Su Yu and the rest were stunned. They could not believe it. That was the powerful He Sha, who was at the peak of the third heaven of the venerable realm. Yet, he could not defeat Lin Xian in one move. Those teams that were originally injured also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with horror, and they even forgot about the pain on their bodies. They knew how powerful Heisha was. He had defeated 3 of their teams by himself. It could even be said that they did not have the ability to resist in front of Heisha. But now, such a powerful martial artist actually could not beat Lin Xian. "You're courting death. Split it open." Beside him, Bai Sha's face was gloomy. She shouted, and a silver-white long sword appeared in her hand. It was also extremely slender. The sword light surged and turned into a large white snake. It quickly rushed towards the sea of fire in the sky. At this moment, the sea of fire in the sky had already dimmed. Coupled with the attack of the sword, a crack was finally torn open. Soon, a figure appeared from the flames and landed on the ground below. Bang! Heisha landed heavily on the ground, creating a terrifying deep pit. The vibration caused the ground to shake continuously. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. Heisha was even more charred. He climbed up from the deep pit with difficulty and looked at the young figure in the sky with shock in his eyes. "Now, do you still dare to take the Lone Star Sword?" Lin Xian stood in the air and said coldly. Seeing the other party's expression, Heisha suddenly had a bad premonition. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He endured the pain on his body and quickly retreated. Sure enough, the ground where he was originally standing suddenly cracked open. Countless ice spikes pierced out from the ground like the spears of a demon god. Waves of icy aura bloomed and froze the entire ground. "Kid, how dare you?" Seeing this, Bai Sha shouted angrily. The white scale, sword in her hand shone with silver light again. It was obvious that she was going to attack again. At this moment, a purple light flashed across the sky like purple lightning. A vast and terrifying aura instantly filled the entire sky. When the aura appeared, even Bai Sha's expression changed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she quickly turned her head. Not far away, there was a beautiful girl. At this moment, purple aura surrounded her body. Together with countless colorful clouds, she released a terrifying aura. Chapter 937. Looking at the beautiful girl in purple, Bai Sha's face finally became serious. Although she had noticed the other party before, she did not expect him to be so strong. However, just as Bai Sha was pinned down by Morong Qingcheng, the situation changed again. Another low voice rang out, followed by a figure crashing into the ground in a sorry state. Black Demon's body was covered in ice, and his whole body was frozen green. Looking at Lin Xian, who was slowly flying over from the sky, his face became very ugly. This time he was defeated. His opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. "You dare to snatch the Lone Star Sword with such strength?" Lin Xian looked at the sorry figure on the ground with a trace of disdain. "Don't be so smug. I admit that I underestimated you, but if you think that you can defeat us black-white double demons, you are too naive." Black Demon stood up from the ground, removed the ice on his body, and said with a gloomy face. At the same time, Bai Sha's body swayed and came to Black Demon's side, looking at Lin Xian with a cold face. "Big brother, do we have to use that move?" "Yes, this kid is too much. We have to get rid of him." Black Demon gritted his teeth and said. Then a fierce light bloomed in his eyes. "Kid, this was originally prepared to deal with Li Yunfei. I didn't expect to use it on you. Well, I'll let you see the true power of us black-white double demons." Black Demon's voice was cold with a murderous aura. He held the black long sword in his hand tightly, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind suddenly blew, and it became more and more intense. The gust of wind contained countless sword auras, forming sharp blades that scraped the mountain peak, cutting countless terrifying cracks. Looking at this terrifying scene, Su Yu and the others trembled slightly, and the shock in their eyes became more and more intense. Although Black Demon was suppressed by Lin Xian before, it had to be said that the black-white double demons were too famous, at least in Senmu College. They were definitely demon-like existences. Moreover, after such a long period of secluded cultivation, their strength was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, although Lin Xian was able to suppress the other party, it was inevitable that the other party would be careless. If the other party were to use his trump card now, it would be hard to tell who would win. The twin ghosts of Black and White were enraged as well, especially the Black Ghost. His face was extremely ferocious. The double ghosts of Black and White had shocked Senmu College. Originally, after coming out of seclusion, their strength had increased greatly, and their chances of winning against Li Yunfei had increased greatly. However, they didn't expect that they would be defeated by a new student before even meeting Li Yunfei. This was something they couldn't accept. Therefore, Black Fiend decided to use his new unique skill to teach the kid in front of him a lesson. Otherwise, if word of this got out, how would the black-white double demons survive in the future? Moreover, they were determined to obtain the Lone Star sword in the other party's hand. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, the twin ghosts of Black and White would attack with all their might. The black spiritual power on Heisha's body surged like a black flame. It danced and circled behind him to form a black full moon. Beside him, the white fiend also cried out. She released countless rays of silver light, which formed a white-scaled snake that coiled around her. The two of them went all out and no longer held back. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The two of you actually attacked at the same time to bully a new student. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself if word of this gets out? Seeing this, Suyu couldn't hold back anymore. Although they couldn't help Lin Xian in terms of combat power, they wouldn't give in to the other party in terms of words. The black-white double ghosts are now ganging up on a new student. How shameless! However, the black ghost snorted coldly. What do you know? The black-white double ghosts are a team. Of course, we have to attack together. It doesn't matter if the other party is a new student or not. Even if he's an ant, the two of us will kill him at the same time. The twin demons of Black and White were not provoked by words at all. They were determined to take Lin Xian down together. Kid, as long as you kneel down and apologize obediently and hand over the Lone Star sword with both hands, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. As the black ghost's voice fell, their aura became stronger and stronger. The black moon behind them also turned black, as if it had floated from hell with a strange aura. Hearing the other party's threat, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Promise me that you won't appear in front of me again. Perhaps I'll let bygones be bygones and forgive you this time. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of angering me." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the eyelids of the surrounding people twitched. This guy was too arrogant. Didn't he see that the black-white double ghosts were obviously going to use their ultimate move? The fact that they dared to use this ultimate move against Li Yunfei was enough to show how terrifying their trump card was. Yet, Lin Xian still dared to be so arrogant. Was he really not afraid of death? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the black ghost was so angry that she laughed. Good. What an arrogant kid. I hope you can still be so arrogant later. The white ghost raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Those who offend the black-white double ghosts will not have a good ending." Then the two of them walked toward Lin Xian step by step with cold expressions. With every step they took, their aura became stronger. In the end, their spiritual energy pressure merged and pressed toward Lin Xian. "Do you want to attack together?" Seeing this terrifying aura, Morong Qingqing also came to Lin Xian's side and asked with a solemn expression, "Don't worry, I can still handle this situation." Lin Xian smiled and was very calm. If it was before, Lin Xian might not be able to compete with the black-white double ghosts. However, it was different now. His cultivation had broken through to the third heaven of the venerable realm, and his strength had increased by several times compared to before. Moreover, he had these two great weapons in his hands. One was the Lone Star sword, and the other was the red lotus gloves. Not to mention the black-white double ghosts. Even if Li Yunfei was here, Lin Xian would not be afraid. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, Morong Qingqing nodded and then retreated to the side. She knew that although Lin Xian was sometimes arrogant, he was not arrogant. Now that he said he could handle it, he definitely could. Seeing Morong Qingqing retreat, Su Yu and the others said worriedly, "Junior sister Morong, can junior brother Lin really do it alone? Why don't we attack together? Even if we can't fight them, we should still be able to leave safely." "Don't worry, he'll be fine." Morong Qingqing smiled and then looked at the confident figure in front of her again. She did not know why, but she originally just wanted to rope him in and let him join her family's camp. However, after these days of contact, she had some other feelings in her heart. Chapter 938. She had never felt this way before, and she did not even know how to explain it. However, as Lin Xian did not appear frequently, his figure would often appear in her heart. Only then did Morong Qingqing realize that she might have fallen for Lin Xian. At first, she felt that it was inconceivable. Although Lin Xian was outstanding, according to the eyes of ordinary people, he was not worthy of her. In terms of family background, although Lin Xian's background was still uncertain, it was obvious that he was not from the House of Kings. Before this, countless disciples of the House of Kings had pursued her, but Morong Qingqing had never been moved. In terms of appearance, Lin Xian was extraordinarily handsome, but he was not the most handsome man in the world. In terms of strength and talent, Lin Xian was not the most powerful person in the Tianmu continent. However, Morong Qingqing had developed feelings for him. At this moment, Morong Qingqing looked at the figure in front of her and understood what attracted her. It was confidence, unyielding, and stubbornness. Seeing the confident smile on the other party's face, Morong Qingqing's lips also curled into a smile. Ever since she had known Lin Xian, she had never seen Lin Xian bow to anyone, whether it was the black-white double demons or the stronger opponents in the past. Even when facing the siege of many forces, Lin Xian was not afraid and retaliated angrily. Perhaps to some people, this was arrogance, insolence, and easy to break. However, for some reason, Morong Qingqing admired Lin Xian's attitude. Just like now, Lin Xian was facing the ferocious black-white double demons alone, but he was not afraid. In front of her, Lin Xian naturally did not know what Morong Qingqing was thinking. At this moment, he was facing the combined attack of the black-white double demons, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. It had to be said that the black-white double demons were incomparably powerful. At this moment, the terrifying pressure formed by the two of them was not something that any third-level venerable could resist. However, Lin Xian was not afraid of pressure. In fact, it did not affect him at all. Seeing that Lin Xian was still calm in the face of such a huge pressure, the black-white double demons' faces darkened, and they snorted coldly. Suddenly, the aura of the two of them exploded like a flash flood. The black moon rose and hung in the sky, shining a black light in all directions. At the same time, a white silk serpent with a terrifying sound, it was not any weaker than a silver-ranked demon beast. This is their martial souls. Su used to the black-white double demon's aura. "Kid, accept your punishment." A cold voice sounded. Then the black-white double demons rushed over. The two of them were very fast, drawing two black and white rays of light in the void. "Black moon, white, white, white," two angry shouts rang out. The black moon and the white-scaled snake in the sky shone brightly at the same time as they rushed towards Lin Xian's location. Their martial souls worked together to seal off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. "Kid, let's see how you deal with our martial souls." Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at the martial soul that was flying at high speed. He tapped his feet lightly and his body swayed, leaving countless afterimages in the air. The next moment, the martial souls of the black, white, white double demons' martial souls landed, emitting a terrifying wave of energy that blasted all the afterimages away. However, the afterimages that were hit all turned into spiritual energy and merged into the void, while Lin Xian's real body disappeared. What a strange body movement! The white demon's voice was solemn, and he looked around. On the other hand, the black fiend's face was terrifyingly gloomy. This was because during the battle with Lin Xian earlier, the latter had relied on this strange movement technique to dodge most of its attacks. Behind, suddenly the black demon frowned, turned around, and controlled the black moon above his head to attack behind him. He had suffered a loss before, so he paid special attention to Lin Xian's body movement this time. In addition, he used his martial soul to observe the surroundings, so he found Lin Xian's real body in the first moment. Beside him, the white demon heard the warning and did not hesitate. The white scale sword in his hand cooperated with the white spiritual snake and quickly stabbed behind him. Terrifying energy surged, and the void was mercilessly torn apart. Not far behind, a figure was shrouded by two forces, but it quickly turned into spiritual energy again and dissipated in the air. He dodged again. The white demon was surprised. He did not expect the other party to be able to dodge such an attack. Be careful! This kid's body movement is very strange. The black demon reminded in a low voice. The black demon had to remind them. Although the two of them were very powerful together, if the other party used his strange body movement to attack one of them, it would definitely cause them a great difficulty. Although the two of them were on par in strength, the white demon was weaker. In addition, he had some experience fighting with the other party before. The black demon guessed that Lin Xian was likely to attack the white shark, so he quickly reminded the white demon. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted because a figure had appeared on his left. On his right was the white demon, and on his left was naturally the enemy. The black demon's face was gloomy. He did not expect Lin Xian to find him. This was definitely a naked provocation. He sneered and stabbed out with the black sword in his hand. Countless sword chi surged and quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. At the same time, an azure ice longsword appeared in Lin Xian's hand as well. As the longsword danced in the air, cold air gushed out from it. This was a half-earth rank martial art he had obtained in the True Spirit Palace, the Four Seasons swordsmanship. He had already practiced it to the phenomenal success stage. At this moment, he used the ice sword and the sword of the East of the Four Seasons swordsmanship. The power was extremely terrifying. Ding, ding, ding. The sword chi collided and produced a sonorous sound. The black sword chi was completely blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian even stabbed out 2 more times. In an instant, the black demon's body was covered with a thick layer of ice again. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The black demon roared, and the spiritual power in his body surged, shattering the layer of ice on his body. However, he was still extremely shocked. Now that he had attacked with all his strength and coupled with his martial soul, it could be said to be extremely powerful. The sword technique just now was definitely not something a third stage venerable could handle. However, the other party had blocked all of it, which made him extremely shocked. Half-earth rank martial art. I didn't expect you to have such a martial art. The black demon's face was gloomy as he clenched the black sword in his hand. Big brother, are you all right? The white demon asked. Below, Su Yuesha and the others were also shocked because they found that Lin Xian had suppressed the black demon once again. One had to know that the black demon's strength had increased by a lot compared to before. At least now, the other party had displayed the power of his martial soul. Kill! The black demon was really angry. He held the black sword in his hand, and his entire body emitted a monstrous, killing intent. The other party had provoked him again and again, which made him unable to tolerate. "Kid, don't think that you're the only one who has a half Earth-rank martial art. I have it too." His voice was very sharp. Accompanying his voice was a terrifying black sword light. Chapter 939. This was originally prepared for Li Yunfei. "Now go to hell." Accompanied by He Sha's sinister voice, Bai Sha also roared and swam quickly. Like the black and white death aura, they continuously merged. A terrifying aura spread out from the two of them. Not only that, their martial souls also started to merge. The black moon gradually solidified and shrunk rapidly. In the end, it became the size of a millstone and was swallowed by the white spiritual snake. In the next moment, the white spiritual snake underwent a shocking change. It roared angrily, and black scales appeared among the silver-white scales on its body. Not only that, but a few huge claws appeared on its abdomen. The sharp claws danced and easily tore the void apart. Snake to flood dragon, this is a flood dragon! Suyu and the rest were shocked and felt goosebumps. They did not expect the black-white double demons' martial souls to merge and evolve into a flood dragon martial soul. This was beyond their knowledge. No wonder they dared to use this move against Li Yunfei. Just the aura of the black and white flood dragon was not something a third heaven honorable could resist. At this moment, countless people felt uneasy and frantically retreated. The faces of the martial artists in the three teams changed drastically. Like frightened rabbits, they desperately flew into the distance. In an instant, only Lin Xian and the black-white double demons were left in the demonic beast lair. The entire demonic beast lair was shrouded in a terrifying black and white aura. It was dizzying and extremely oppressive. Not only that, countless black and white auras gathered under the feet of the black and white flood dragon, forming clouds. There were also streaks of lightning flashing within. A deep roar that sounded like a dragon's roar resounded in all directions. Following this terrifying roar, countless lightning flashed and fell rapidly, blasting in all directions. Rumble! The ground cracked and was charred black. The surroundings were filled with countless lightning bolts. It was extremely terrifying. The people outside had already left. When they heard the dragon's roar and the lightning, they were shocked and had no idea what was going on inside. However, judging from the terrifying aura, it was definitely extremely dangerous. They just did not know if Lin Xian could resist it. In the demonic beast lair, Lin Xian looked at the black and white flood dragon with a grave expression. Martial soul fusion. He muttered to himself as light flashed in his eyes. His opponent's martial spirit was very strange. It was actually able to fuse. This was completely beyond his understanding. However, this also made him extremely happy. Since the other party's martial spirits could fuse, then he alone had two martial spirits. If he could fuse them, what kind of changes would occur? He didn't dare to imagine it, but at the very least, its power would definitely be greater than the current one. Looks like these two guys have some good stuff on them. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the black-white double demons. He decided to get the method of fusing martial spirits from the other party. However, if he wanted to snatch the other party's cultivation method, he had to defeat the other party first. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes focused and he let out a long roar. His entire body exuded a sharp aura, like a peerless divine sword, incomparably clever. With a clench of his fist, the wind shadow sword appeared in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul surged within his body. At that moment, a huge sword qi gushed out from Lin Xian's body, enveloping his entire body. It was incomparably sharp, and countless tiny sword qi swam around him. Fusion of the four seasons, splitting the heavens with a sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Then the long sword in his hand slashed out, and a sword qi flashed, quickly slashing towards the sky. This was the ultimate move of the Four Seasons sword technique. The sword technique of the Four Seasons had fused together, and it contained a supreme sword intent, which was said to be able to split the heavens and earth. Sure enough, the moment the long sword slashed out, the entire ground cracked, and a crack that was almost 1,000 feet long appeared, as if the earth had been split open. The air was mercilessly torn apart. This sword chi was too sharp, and nothing could stop it. In the void, the sword chi that was hundreds of feet long slashed towards the black-white double demons. "You're courting death." Seeing that the other party dared to take the initiative to attack, the black-white double demons were infuriated. The two of them roared and controlled the black-white flood dragon in the air, rushing towards the sword chi in the sky. The black-white flood dragon roared, and with endless black-white chi and a sky full of lightning, it violently collided with the shocking sword chi. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out, and the entire space shook. The huge demonic beast lair was torn apart by the terrifying energy at this moment. The flood dragon roared, and lightning fell like a heavenly tribulation. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, drowning the entire space. And in this sea of lightning, a sword light soared into the sky like a startled swan, slicing the terrifying sea of lightning into two halves. Rumble! Countless lightning bolts appeared and blasted towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's body was covered with a layer of red lotus battle armor, which completely blocked the violent lightning bolts. In the next moment, he raised his arm and slashed out with the wind shadow sword again. Another shocking sword chi flew out and slashed towards the sky. This sword was even more violent and biting cold than the previous one. Countless lightning bolts were cut in half in an instant, and the cuts were even. They could not even heal. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the black-white double demons' hearts beat wildly. Originally, they thought that the previous attack was the limit of their opponent. However, they did not expect Lin Xian's next attack to be even more terrifying than the previous one. This was completely beyond their expectations. Under their horrified gazes, the black and white flood dragon was also hit by the sword. It screamed and flew backward. Their martial souls were impacted, and the black-white double demons turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Run!" The black demon roared and shot up into the sky. The white demon's face was pale, and he followed closely behind. His eyes were filled with fear. They did not expect their opponent's sword chi to be so fierce. Even after martial soul fusion, they were no match for it. One had to know that that was their ultimate move. They knew that they were going to lose today. Facing Lin Xian, they had no chance of winning. In order to preserve their strength, the two of them could only leave. In the distance, the crowd saw the demonic beast lair split open, and they were dumbfounded. However, not long after, they saw the black-white double demons. They thought the battle was over, but then they saw the black-white double demons running away. Their expressions changed. How is this possible? The black-white double demons are running away? Su Yu and the others stuttered. Su Lai and the others' eyelids twitched as they stared blankly at the scene. In their opinion, Lin Xian was already good enough, but they did not expect the black-white double demons to be the ones running away. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing was completely relieved. He knew that Lin Xian had won this battle. There was no suspense. "Don't you think it's a little too late to leave now?" Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the escaping black-white double demons trembled and almost fell. However, they gritted their teeth and sped up again. They swore that they would get their revenge in the future. Chapter 940. Looking at the two fleeing figures, Lin Xian sneered. Then the power of wind and thunder surged behind him and quickly condensed into a pair of wind and thunder wings. On the wings, the power of wind and thunder flowed, forming strange runes that were extremely mysterious. With a flap of the wings, Lin Xian instantly flew out like a bolt of lightning across the sky. In the next moment, he arrived above the black-white double demons. With a long roar, the wind shadow sword in his hand quickly enlarged into a giant green sword that was almost 100 feet long. Then Lin Xian swung the giant sword fiercely toward the black-white double demons. In an instant, the entire sky exploded. Countless wild winds surged and split the surrounding mountains. Dodge! The black demon roared and quickly increased his speed. On the two of them, spiritual power quickly burned and turned into flames, providing a strong boost to the two of them. Dodge? Can you dodge? Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the giant sword in his hand slammed down. Boom! In an instant, the giant sword shrouded the black demon. Like swatting a fly, the black demon was swatted back. The black demon was hit hard and felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. He could not resist at all and could only watch his body fly backward. Blood splattered in the sky. The black demon landed heavily in the ruins below, stirring up a cloud of dust. Brother! Seeing this, the white demon screamed, Boy, I will never forgive you. Is that so? Let's talk about it later. Lin Xian looked indifferent and swung the firmament giant sword again. Boom! He swung the firmament giant sword fiercely toward the white demon. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. The white fiend let out a miserable shriek and fell down heavily. Su Yu and the others looked at the black-white double demons in the ruins below and were stunned. At this moment, the black-white double demons were extremely embarrassed. They were like stray dogs and no longer had the arrogance from before. Lin Xian swatted the black-white double demons like swatting flies. He was too terrifying. Not only Su Yu, but the warriors of the other 3 teams were also dumbfounded, their minds blank. This was the black-white double demons, the infamous thugs of Senmu College. However, at that moment, they didn't have any temper in front of Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Su Lai and the others felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they had not attacked Lin Xian back then. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a worse state than the black-white double ghosts. In the air, Lin Xian put away the wind shadow sword and walked down. How about it? Do you still want the Lone Star sword? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Seeing this smile, the twin ghosts of black and white trembled, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, their hearts were filled with bitterness and shock because the young man in front of them was too powerful. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have just advanced to the 3rd heavenly layer of Exalted Realm. However, he had actually defeated 2 peak 3rd heavenly layer of Exalted Realm experts by himself. This was something that was completely impossible to them. This world was changing too quickly. Were all the new students this time so powerful? The twin evils of black and white felt bitter in their hearts. Originally, they had cultivated the ultimate art of martial soul fusion during their closed-door seclusion, wanting to soar to the heavens in a single bound during this demon-slaying gathering. They even wanted to defeat Li Yunfei and become one of the most powerful characters in the Immortal Martial Academy. However, they didn't expect that they would be defeated by a new student before they could even carry out their plans. They knew that they had really lost this time. You are very strong. We are no match for you. Furthermore, we apologize for this matter. We will never have any ideas about the Lone Star sword again. Apologize? Lin Xian laughed. If apologizing can solve the problem, then why do you need to cultivate martial arts? Hearing this, the twin ghosts of black and white were stunned, but they quickly understood. Tell me, what do you want? The black demon gritted his teeth and asked. Don't look at me with that expression. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You asked for this. If you weren't greedy and wanted to rob the treasure in my hands, you wouldn't have fallen to this point. I know. What do you want? The black demon took a deep breath. Hand over the treasure. What? Hand over the treasure. The twin ghosts of black and white froze, then screamed, You dare to kill us! I won't kill you, but I have a way to make it impossible for you to stay in the monster-slaying world. I think you came to the monster-slaying world this time because you have your eyes on the last monster blood pool. I wonder if you will feel like dying if you can't enter the monster-slaying blood pool? Hearing Lin Xian's words, their faces instantly twisted. They were indeed here for the monster blood pool. The monster blood pool had magical effects that had been widely spread in Senmu College. If they could obtain the nourishment of the monster blood pool, their strength would definitely improve. When that time came, they would become true top powerhouses. However, if they were kicked out now and couldn't enter the monster blood pool, it would be no different from killing them. Lin Xian had this intention. Therefore, buying their lives was buying a chance for them to stay in the monster-slaying world. If you want to stay in the monster-slaying world, it depends on what you can offer me that satisfies me. Hearing this, the black-white double demons fell silent. After thinking for a moment, Black Demon took out a storage bag with a gloomy face. This is what we got from robbing 3 teams. There are nearly 3,000 monster cores in it. Now it's yours, Black Demon said with difficulty. Next to him, White Demon also looked reluctant. More than 3,000 monster cores was not a small number. In the distance, when Su Lai and the others saw this scene, their faces suddenly became very ugly. Those were the monster cores that they had worked so hard to obtain. At this moment, they were being given away as an apology gift. How could they be worried? However, they were only unwilling and angry. They didn't dare to say anything at all. Not to mention Lin Xian, the black-white double demons alone were enough to defeat all of them. If they went up now, they would undoubtedly be courting death. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly as he received the storage bag and weighed it in his hand. He scanned it with his soul power and found that there were indeed 3,000 monster cores inside. With a flip of his hand, Lin Xian put it into his arms. This action once again provoked Su Lai and the others. They knew that the 3,000 monster cores had nothing to do with them anymore. Lin Xian naturally sensed their reaction, but he didn't show any expression. Previously, Su Lai and the others had schemed against him more than once. Lin Xian was magnanimous and didn't argue with them. Now that he had taken the 3,000 monster cores, it was not overboard at all. Those people probably knew that they were in the wrong and didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian ignored Su Lai and the others. Instead, he stared at the black-white double demons again. Then he said, slowly, the black-white double demons shocked the academy. Your lives are worth more than these 3,000 monster cores, right? Lin Xian's voice was very soft, but there was a hint of coldness in it. It seemed that the 3,000 monster cores were enough to satisfy him. Chapter 941. I think the lives of the black-white double demons are worth more than 3,000 demon cores, right? Lin Xian's words enraged the black-white double demons once again. The 3,000 demon cores were their spoils of war. Giving them to Lin Xian was a clear indication of their attitude. This was the first time they had lowered their heads after losing to Feiyun. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to not appreciate their kindness and even demand an exorbitant price. How could they accept this? Kid, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Black Demon gritted his teeth and said, Don't go too far. Lin Xian sneered, When you robbed me and stole my Lone Star sword, did you think about that? If I were defeated by you, what do you think I would be able to keep? Demon cores? Artifacts? Lin Xian said coldly, If I were to fall into your hands, I'm afraid everything on me would be taken away. Now you can't take the demon cores you stole? If that's the case, I don't mind letting you see the power of my Lone Star sword. After saying that, Lin Xian took out the Lone Star sword from his back. You, hearing Lin Xian's threat, The black-white double demons' faces turned ugly. However, they were terrified because, in the previous battle, Lin Xian did not use the Lone Star Sword. Without the Lone Star Sword, the two of them were already no match for him. If he were to use a half-Earth tier artifact like the Lone Star Sword, the power would be unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Xian really scared the two of them. The fear that Lin Xian brought to them was the same as when they faced Feiyun. It was a kind of incomparable terror. The black-white double demons looked at each other with a trace of helplessness. They knew that if they did not do this, they would not be able to escape. "Big brother, why don't we give him the news?" White Demon said in a deep voice. "All right." Black Demon gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement. "News? What news?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "Don't tell me it's about the Demon Beast Mountain range again. I'm warning you. Don't try to fool me with the Demon Beast Mountain range. If it's not a silver-ranked demonic beast mountain, then don't talk about it." Silver-ranked demonic beast mountain range meant that there were silver-ranked demonic beasts in the mountain range that Lin Xian and the others were in. As for the whispering silver-ranked mountain range, there were no silver-ranked beasts. Therefore, Lin Xian had no interest in the low-level demonic beast mountain range. "Humph. What kind of people do you think we, the black-white double demons, are? Since we're willing to give you information, then it's definitely the best information." The twin ghosts of black and white snorted coldly. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with Lin Xian's questioning attitude. However, they also knew that they did not dare to continue being arrogant. After all, the two of them were still in the hands of the other party. The information we have is not about silver rank demonic beasts, but about gold rank demonic beasts. Gold Beast Mountain Range. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. "You guys actually know about the existence of the Gold Demon Beast Mountain Range." He couldn't help but be shocked. The Silver Beast Mountain Range had Silver Beast beasts, and the Gold Beast Mountain Range had Gold Beast beasts. That was the most powerful demonic beast in the entire demon-slaying world. An ordinary gold beast had the strength of a fourth heaven venerable. In addition, it could control all the demonic beasts in the entire mountain range. It could be said that its combat strength was extremely terrifying. Therefore, until now, no one had heard of anyone who could kill a gold beast. "It can't be that the two of you are still unwilling to give up and want me to die, right?" Although Lin Xian was confident, he was not arrogant. He did not think that he could attack the Gold Beast Mountain Range with his strength alone. However, the value of the Gold Beast Mountain Range was too high. If he could get a gold demon core, he would definitely be rich. Even if he did not want the other demon cores, he could still get a rich harvest from the demon blood pool. Therefore, no one could resist a gold beast, but no one had the strength to kill one. Therefore, it seemed to be an endless cycle, a trap. Seeing Lin Xian's doubts, the white demon was instantly unhappy. She roared, "What do you mean? We've even told you the most valuable information, and you dare to doubt us? Although we black-white double demons are ruthless, we would never do such a thing." Seeing how unreasonable the white demon was, Lin Xian was speechless for a while. "You guys are the ones who snatched other people's demon cores and wanted other people's treasures." Lin Xian was completely speechless. He looked at the two of them and sneered. However, he didn't say these words out loud because he discovered another interesting thing. Logically speaking, you don't have the ability to conquer the Gold Beast Mountain Range. Why do you look so sad? It seems that you are still hiding something from me. After saying that, a sword Qi appeared on Lin Xian's fingertip. It was extremely sharp. Seeing the other party's threat, the white demon's face stiffened. At the same time, she cursed in her heart. "Damn brat, your eyes are so sharp." Is this a new student? Even the older students are not so smart. However, the black demon did not dare to say these words. He could only quickly explain. The existence of the golden demonic beast can be said to be a great danger. Fortunately, this kind of demonic beast is very rare. Therefore, any mountain range with a golden demonic beast is listed as a dangerous place. Ordinary disciples do not dare to go near it. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The strength of a gold beast was definitely beyond imagination. Thinking about it, even powerful martial artists like Dugu Outyen and Feiyun did not dare to approach it rashly. One could imagine how terrifying it was. As for the other ordinary disciples, they did not dare to approach it at all. Therefore, it was understandable that the Gold Mountain Range was listed as a dangerous place. Continue. Lin Xian looked at the black demon. Indeed, the Gold Beast Mountain Range is a dangerous place. However, the situation of the mountain range we obtained is a little different. Because this Gold Beast Mountain Range was listed as a dangerous place this time. It was listed as a dangerous place this time. In the distance, Murong Qingqing, Su Yu, and the others had also arrived. They were shocked when they heard this. You mean the Gold Beast Mountain Range has just advanced? Murong Qingqing asked in a deep voice. Yes, it is indeed so. Only this situation can explain why a new dangerous place appeared. Indeed, if a new gold beast appeared, the mountain range where it was located would automatically evolve into a gold mountain range. Of course, it would be called a dangerous place. However, the eyes of Lin Xian and the others lit up with spiritual energy. Although the newly advanced gold beast was powerful, it was still slightly weaker than the older gold beasts. In other words, its strength was not unshakable. If the news of a gold beast that could be killed was spread, the entire monster-slaying world would be shocked. Chapter 942. A gold-ranked beast that could be killed. If this news were to spread, the entire monster-slaying realm would be in an uproar. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were burning. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. No wonder the twin ghosts of black and white were so reluctant. A gold-ranked beast that could be killed was definitely tempting. With the twin ghosts of black and white's strength, even if they could not kill the gold-ranked beast, they could still gain a lot from the golden lair. However, there was another problem now, and that was whether this news was exclusive or not. Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? How many people know about this? The series of questions made the twin ghosts of black and white frown. However, they still patiently explained. You don't have to know how we got this information. However, the source of this information is very reliable. As for whether other people know about this, I'm not sure. However, I don't think there are any exclusive secrets in the monster-slaying realm. This is because information about the monster-slaying realm can be bought from the True Spirit Palace. However, the price is very expensive. However, we can't rule out the possibility that some very rich disciples would buy this information with flower spirit points. So that's the case. Lin Xian sighed when he heard that. In fact, he already knew about this when he was talking to Su Yu and the others. However, now that he confirmed it with the twin ghosts of black and white, he still frowned. Forget it. It doesn't matter if it's not exclusive information. After all, the level of a gold-ranked beast's lair is very high. Not everyone can attack it. All right, I know. Tell me the complete information about the gold-ranked beast's lair. Lin Xian said coldly. After hearing this, the twin ghosts of black and white reluctantly took out a yellowed map from his storage ring and slapped it on the ground. The map is here. Take a look at it yourself. Lin Xian did not care about the twin ghosts of black and white's attitude. He hooked his finger, and the map on the ground flew into his hand. Then he looked at it carefully. This map depicted the landscape of the monster-slaying realm. However, in the area on the left, there was a small piece of land that was pierced by a red line. There were also 4 words written in golden font. Golden Lair. It seemed that this place that was specially marked should be the newly promoted Golden Lair that the twin ghosts of black and white were talking about. Satisfied, Lin Xian put away the map and smiled. However, he then looked at the twin ghosts of black and white. Feeling this gaze, the The black-white double demons were stunned. Then their faces turned green, especially the black demon who roared. "Brat, I've already given you the most valuable gold-tier demon beast lair map. What else do you want? As for the last condition, if you can fulfill it, I will let you two leave safely." "Speak." Hey Shah harumphed coldly. "I'm very interested in the way your martial spirits confuse. I think you guys should have a special cultivation method. Make a copy of the relevant cultivation method and give it to me. This is not a loss for you." "You want this cultivation technique?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the twin ghosts of Black and White's expressions became very strange. This cultivation method was indeed something that they had painstakingly obtained. However, there were also some restrictions. That was, the two people using the cultivation method had to believe in it without reservation. Normally, only close siblings would use this kind of cultivation method. They had never heard of Lin Xian having any siblings. This cultivation method can only be used by the person you trust the most. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The black demon pondered for a moment and finally said this. "You don't have to worry about this. As long as you make a copy of the cultivation method and give it to me, you don't have to worry about the rest." "Okay, but I have a condition," the black demon said in a low voice. "Oh, you're talking about conditions?" Lin Xian smiled. "Don't forget your current situation. You have to agree to this condition. Otherwise, don't blame us for not making a copy of the cultivation method for you." "Okay, tell me. I've already given you the map of the gold-tier demon beast lair. However, I don't think you guys can take it with your strength. Why don't we join forces and take down the golden lair together?" "Join forces?" Su Yu and the others' expressions changed. Joining forces with the twin ghosts of Black and White would not end well. Seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, the twin ghosts of Black and White harumphed coldly. "Although we have a bad reputation, we have our own bottom line. We won't betray our partners." Hearing this, Su Yu and the others rolled their eyes. They did not believe what the twin ghosts of Black and White said. Lin Xian did not say anything. He rubbed his chin and pondered. To be honest, he really could not take down the golden lair. Although the gold-tier demon beast had just leveled up, there are more than just gold-tier demon beasts in the lair. A lair of that level would definitely have a large number of silver-tier demon beasts and bronze-tier demon beasts. Therefore, he had to be strong enough to separate the gold-tier demon beast from the other demon beasts in order to kill it. Otherwise, if he tried to force his way in, the chances of success would be very slim. The twin ghosts of Black and White were indeed strong. If they could join forces, they would be a great help. Most importantly, Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat the two of them. Therefore, he was not afraid of them playing any tricks. "Let's work together. It's not impossible," Lin Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The twin ghosts of Black and White were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to agree so quickly. "We can work together, but there are some things that we have to make clear. First of all, I have to be the leader of the team. That means that when we take action, you have to listen to my orders. Don't worry, I won't have too many restrictions or requirements, but I hope that you will not cross my bottom line. Otherwise, the consequences will not be something that can be solved by compensating some things." At the end of his speech, Lin Xian emitted a fierce aura. Feeling this aura, the twin ghosts of Black and White were shocked again. They realized that Lin Xian's aura was even stronger than before. In other words, he did not use his full strength when fighting with them. Thinking of this, they felt bitter, but they quickly nodded and said, "Okay, we agree to your conditions. Then I wish us a happy cooperation," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Junior brother Lin, are we really going to work together with them?" Su Yu and the others were full of doubt. "Don't worry, with me here, they won't dare to play any tricks," Lin Xian said confidently. Then the group set off again. This time, the group was bigger, with the addition of the twin ghosts of Black and White. Although the twin ghosts of Black and White had promised Lin Xian that they would listen to his orders, they did not have many restrictions on their journey. The two of them would occasionally attack and kill the demon beasts that were alone. Once, they even met a small group and wanted to attack. Chapter 943. From time to time, the two of them would make a move to hunt down lone beasts. Once, they even encountered a small team and wanted to attack them. Fortunately, Lin Xian quickly stopped them. However, after that, the black-white double demons did not show up much. They would often disappear during the day and meet up with Lin Xian and the others at night. As for what they did during the day, Lin Xian and the others did not know and did not bother to find out. Lin Xian did not restrict the two of them too much. After all, this was just an ordinary journey, and the other party did not do anything to threaten them. Therefore, Lin Xian simply ignored the black-white double demons' strange actions. The location of the golden lair on the map was a little far from where they were now. Therefore, the group had not reached it even though they had been running at full speed. However, as time passed, the monster-slaying world became more and more lively. After the initial confusion, many people began to form teams to search for the monster lair. When many people tasted the benefits of the monster lair, they became even more eager to find it. However, the number of monster lair was limited, and the number of disciples who entered the monster-slaying world was not small. Therefore, it did not take long for many teams to have conflicts and eventually lead to battles. Although everyone was a disciple of Senmu College, in the monster-slaying world, there was no need to care about feelings. Moreover, as long as no one killed, the other colleges would not care. Therefore, under the temptation of the monster lair, the battles between the teams became more and more intense. At this time, some dark horses who were usually dormant also showed their talents and exploded with shocking combat power. There were many such dark horses. Once they exploded, their strength would definitely be incomparable. This also showed that Senmu College was definitely a gathering place for geniuses. Although some people were usually unknown, if they really exploded, they would not necessarily be weaker than the geniuses on the mysterious Venerate leaderboard. Lin Xian's team was also moving quickly. Because of their strength, they did not encounter any obstacles. Even if there were some ignorant people who wanted to rob them, they were all deterred by Lin Xian's terrifying aura. Su Yu and the others were full of smiles. This was because, compared to the last time, they were much safer this time. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Xian. At night, darkness fell. Lin Xian and the others did not move forward. Instead, they found a safe place to set up camp. At this moment, the twin ghosts of Black and White, who had disappeared for an entire day, rushed over from afar. Lin Xian was already used to such a scene. He didn't even pay attention to Su Yu and the others. However, it was different this time because the twin ghosts of Black and White were filled with excitement. Big news! Do you want to hear it? The twin demons of Black and White looked excited. Over the past few days, everyone had become familiar with each other. Their understanding of the black-white double demons had also changed. Although the twin ghosts of Black and White had a strange habit of robbing people, they got along well with each other. Of course, it was unknown whether Lin Xian's deterrence played a part in this. However, on the whole, everyone got along quite well. Big news? What big news? Did you rob something amazing again? Su Yu said angrily. Hee, little Yu, you can't say that. Bai Sha laughed. This time it's really big news. What news do you have? Don't keep us in suspense, Lin Xian said. Today, I met a few teams and heard some news from them. The top 10 on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard were challenged and defeated. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked. They put down what they were doing and listened carefully. Top 10 on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard? Is this news reliable? This is big news. It's enough to shock the entire school. I wonder who did it? Everyone asked. The news should be reliable because more than one team said so. As for the ones who did it, they should be the dark horses who have been hiding. The twin ghosts of Black and White quickly said. Then they snorted coldly and were extremely dissatisfied. Damn it, damn it. Originally, we were the ones who did it first. In the end, those people took advantage of us. Bai Sha snorted coldly and glared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It's all your fault. If we hadn't met you, we would have been the ones who defeated the top 10 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. We would have been the ones in the limelight. It seemed that the twin ghosts of Black and White held a deep grudge over this matter. So it's still my fault. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. But it's not too late to challenge them now. Forget it. Let's get nourishment from the demon blood pool first. When the time comes, we'll challenge a big one. It'll definitely scare you to death. The twin ghosts of Black and White thought of their plan and were extremely excited. Seeing how excited the two of them were, Morong Ching covered her mouth and chuckled. You still haven't told us who the people who were challenged were. 2 days ago, in a valley, Li Rue, who was ranked 10th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, challenged someone one-on-one. After an intense battle, he was defeated. 1 day ago, Xiang Fei, who was ranked 8th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, was defeated in 3 moves. Hearing this, everyone gasped and their faces were filled with shock. Lin Xian's expression was grave. It seemed that the experts who had been hiding had now been completely revealed. However, their abilities had exceeded his expectations. It was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Do you know those dark horses? Who are they? Lin Xian asked. Well, you've asked the right person, He Sha said quickly, looking pleased. The person who defeated Li Rue is called Tang Er. He's a senior at Senmu College. Back then, this person also displayed outstanding talent. However, he was severely injured when he challenged the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Since then, he has kept a low profile and never challenged the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard again. Who would have thought that he would suddenly show his strength in the Demon Slayer world and defeat Li Rue, who was ranked 10th? He became famous in one battle. The person who defeated Xiang Fei, who was ranked 8th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, was someone called Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan? Isn't that a powerhouse ranked 29th? Su Yu and the others exclaimed. That's right. He's ranked 29th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, He Sha said. The top 100 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard are divided into several levels. The top 10 are on the first level. They are extremely powerful and far surpass others. The top 20 to 30 are on the second level. Jiang Yan is ranked towards the bottom of the second level. Who would have thought that he would suddenly show his strength and defeat Xiang Fei, who was ranked 8th in 3 moves? At this point, Bai Sha snorted coldly. Humph, this guy hid his strength too well. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. Although he had received 2 pieces of information so far, he knew that there were more hidden dark horses than just these 2. He believed that in the near future, there would be more and more dark horses appearing out of nowhere. Seeing Lin Xian fall silent, Bai Sha giggled. Little Xian, let me tell you another piece of news. Lin Xian ignored this form of address. However, he still asked, what else? Chapter 944. The 2 people we're talking about are both members of the Hidden Dragon Society. Hidden Dragon Society? Is it also a society in the academy? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Yes, but it's a society hidden underground. Black Fiend continued, and its strength is far beyond your imagination. Black Fiend said in a deep voice, just by hearing the name, you should know that this society recruits extremely talented disciples. However, these people are not the dazzling geniuses from the beginning. Because of various reasons, they did not show their talents at the beginning, but they are extremely talented people. They call these people the Hidden Dragons, believing that one day they will soar into the sky, so this is also the origin of the Hidden Dragon Society's name. Moreover, in the demon slaying world, every time someone explodes and soars into the sky, most of them are members of the Hidden Dragon Society. This news was really shocking. Lin Xian did not expect there to be such a society in the academy. However, he looked at the black-white double demons and revealed an expression that was not a smile. Speaking of which, you guys are also considered geniuses in hardship. Why didn't you join the Hidden Dragon Society? Geniuses in hardship. Hearing this name, the black-white double demons rolled their eyes. What kind of messy name was this? Could they, the black-white double demons, use such a name? However, very quickly, the two of them remembered their experience. It was really a hardship. Originally, the two of them were considered top geniuses. It could be said that as soon as they entered the academy, they gained quite a bit of fame. However, they met Li Yunfei, and from then on, they lost miserably. After that, the two of them fell silent, thinking about how to surpass each other. Speaking of which, this scene was very similar to the people in the Hidden Dragon Society. To be honest, we did receive an invitation from the Hidden Dragon Society. However, we were in a hurry to cultivate and did not pay attention to them. In the end, this matter was left unsettled. But there's one thing I have to remind you of. White Fiend looked at Lin Xian again. Me. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not understand what this had to do with him. Those guys are a bit twisted. They either don't challenge or soar into the sky, so they challenge the most famous people in the academy. I reckon that besides Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei, you're the one with the greatest limelight in the academy during this period of time, right? You have to be careful. Maybe you've already become the prey of many people. Lin Xian was speechless for a while. However, he could understand the statement. Challenging the most famous person was, of course, the best way to gain the most fame in the shortest time possible. However, Lin Xian did not expect that he would become the target of everyone's challenge. It seemed that it was not easy to be a celebrity. He shook his head slightly. At Senma College, if one's reputation did not match one's ability, one would quickly be knocked down. However, he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was even a little excited. He really wanted to see how strong the legendary dark horses of the Qian Hidden Dragon League were. After hearing such explosive news, everyone was extremely excited. At the same time, they couldn't help but worry for Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian's calm expression, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Even powerful people like the black-white double ghosts were defeated by Lin Xian. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with the dark horses. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. When everyone knew that so many geniuses had risen, they definitely couldn't calm down. It was a sleepless night. The next day, the east was getting brighter. Su Yu and the others woke up from their meditation and prepared to move. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took the map and studied it carefully. With our speed, we should be able to reach the Golden Nest in about 2 days. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. However, he frowned again. Where is this place marked in green? He found that there was a place marked with a green line along the way. You mean there? That's a stronghold, the White Fiend said. It's a place that was opened up for students to rest and communicate. Stronghold. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect there to be a stronghold here. We'll pass by here anyway. Why don't we take a look? Lin Xian said. Whatever you want. We don't mind. The black-white double ghosts shrugged. Su Yu and the others naturally had no objections. Therefore, everyone decided to set off for the stronghold. With a goal in mind, everyone moved quickly. This time, the black-white double ghosts didn't run around, but stayed in the group. Half a day later, Lin Xian and the others arrived near the stronghold. Looking at the valley in front of them, many people's eyes lit up. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. There were many martial artists gathered in the valley. Most of them were resting at the moment, and there were also many figures running towards the valley. Obviously, those people were all heading towards the stronghold. The stronghold here is very safe. At least we don't have to worry about being attacked by monsters, Suyu said. Indeed, but the stronghold's function is more than that, the black-white fiend said. Black Fiend said, "This is a place where information and resources are exchanged. Most of the disciples come to this stronghold for this reason." A place where information and resources exchange? Lin Xian was puzzled. That's right. For example, exchanging information, buying and selling information, forming a team, asking for shelter, or buying and selling monster cores. Anyway, you can find everything about the monster-slaying realm here. Su Yu and the others were all senior students. They had been here once, so they had a certain understanding of the stronghold. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were here for the first time. They were extremely shocked when they heard the news. Especially Lin Xian, he was stunned for a moment. Can monster cores be bought and sold? Of course. White Demon snorted. Everything here can be bought and sold. Then what do you use to buy them? It depends on what the other party wants, or what you can offer. Black Demon said. Okay. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He found that this place was really interesting. Let's go and have a look. Murong Qingqing was also curious. Everyone nodded and flew towards the valley. Entering the valley, they found that it was very lively and crowded. It seemed that many people had come to the stronghold. 7 missing 1, a strong swordsman. Looking for a girl. I'll take you to the bronze beast lair. Monster cores for sale, a bronze monster core, 100 spiritual value points. First come, first serve. Along the way, Lin Xian and the others heard many such voices and were speechless. As expected of a place where information resources were exchanged, it was straightforward enough. Seeing Lin Xian's speechless expression, the black-white double demon snorted and began to gather information. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the rest quickly strolled around the valley. Soon, Lin Xian and the others attracted everyone's attention. Of course, although Lin Xian was from the netherworld, there were so many disciples here, and not everyone knew him. After all, most of them had only heard of his reputation and had never seen him in person. Of course, they were surprised by the beauty. With Murong Qingqing's peerless appearance, she naturally became the target of everyone's attention. Countless fiery gazes looked over. Of course, there were many gazes that swept over Lin Xian with a trace of hostility. Chapter 945. Who's that girl? She's so beautiful. Many people were moved. You don't know her? She's the goddess of our academy, Murong Qingqing. Someone said in a low voice, Murong Qingqing. Many people exclaimed. Then they seemed to have thought of something. Could that kid next to her be Lin Xian? He should be. Someone nodded. F***CK. Hearing that, many people retracted their fierce gazes. They knew who Lin Xian was. He was the most famous person in the academy recently. Although they were confident, they did not dare to go against him. Therefore, most of the hostile gazes disappeared in an instant. Of course, not everyone thought so. There was still a small group of people who were hostile to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian ignored all of that because a group of people not far in front of him had piqued his interest. Among that group of people, there was a young man who was standing on a huge rock and talking to the people around him. It seemed like he was promoting something. This thing of mine is a top-notch metal called Falling Star. If this thing is added into a treasure, then it will definitely increase its quality, the young man said excitedly. However, most of the people around him were smiling and watching. No one took it to heart. That was because the metal in the young man's hand was too ugly. It was dull and had a lot of rust on it. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a piece of scrap metal. I say, are you trying to fool us with that piece of scrap metal? That's right. Falling Star? I've never heard of it. I think it's more appropriate to call the thing in your hand a piece of scrap metal. The group of people laughed. I'm telling the truth. The young man's face was red because of his excitement. Really? You're not using it for yourself? Someone asked. Adding this will increase the difficulty of refining. The young man scratched his head. F***CK. Countless people raised their middle fingers. The success rate of refining a treasure was not high to begin with. Now that he was increasing the difficulty, wasn't he deliberately causing trouble? It was fine if he did not use this thing. He might still be able to refine a treasure successfully. However, if he used this thing, it was very likely that he would fail. Moreover, the metal did not look like a good thing. Therefore, for a moment, everyone lost interest. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although his expression did not change much, his heart was wild with joy. Fallen star really is a fallen star. He didn't expect to see such a thing here. He channeled his soul power into his eyes and looked carefully. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although the metal looked like scrap metal now, after Lin Xian's appraisal, it was indeed a genuine falling star. When he realized this, a smile appeared on his face. "What's wrong?" Morong Qingqing asked. "Nothing much. I just found something good." Lin Xian smiled and looked ahead. Morong Qingqing, "Do you know what the stone is for?" "Stone? Lin Xian was speechless. "What now?" "All right, although it looks like a rock, it really is a rock," Lin Xian said. "Is it a meteorite?" Morong Qingqing asked. She really did not know about this falling star. "It's a star," Lin Xian said. "It's much bigger than a meteorite, and it's a special star. The one in front of us is just a fragment of it. Do you need this thing?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. He indeed needed it. If he had this falling star, the grade of his red lotus armor could be improved. "Let's go and take a look." The two of them walked forward. Although there were many onlookers in front of them, most of them were just there to watch the show. They did not care about the falling star at all, because not many people knew about it. "Brother, you've been talking for so long. How much is it?" "Yeah, how many spirit stones? If it's cheap, I'll buy it for fun." The young man thought for a while and said, "It's not very expensive. 3,000 bronze demon cores or 20 silver demon cores." "What? You're robbing us. Kid, are you crazy about demon cores?" People nowadays are really out of their minds. How dare you sell a piece of scrap metal for 3,000 demon cores? Hearing the price, the people around them shook their heads and sneered. "Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools." The young man was furious when he heard the mocking laughter. With a wave of his sleeve, he jumped down from the boulder and prepared to leave. "I'll take this thing." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Who is that? What a wastrel!" The crowd was speechless. They all turned around to see who it was that dared to spend so many demon cores on a piece of scrap metal. Hearing that, the young man in front stopped and quickly turned around. Two people walked over from behind. It was a man and a woman. Their temperaments were outstanding and their manners were calm. They were like a golden couple. Many people were stunned and asked each other who these two people were. Soon they had their answers. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing. These two were the most influential people in the academy. The young man also recognized them. He hesitated for a while and asked, "Do you really want to buy it?" To be honest, he did not have much confidence in the item in his hand. Although it was real, not many people knew about it. Moreover, its appearance was too ugly. However, Lin Xian smiled. "Of course. Buy as many as you have." "Buy as many as you have?" Hearing that, the surrounding martial artists' mouths twitched. "He's really rich. That thing costs 3,000 demon cores. How many do you have?" "Of course." These people only muttered in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. After all, they knew Lin Xian's strength. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the young man was delighted. "I'll take this one. 3,000 bronze demon cores or 20 silver demon cores." That was 3,000 bronze demon cores. Lin Xian took out a storage pouch. Hearing that, the crowd was shocked. He's really buying it. No wonder he's the most influential person. The young man was also stunned, then he was ecstatic. He quickly took the storage pouch and checked it carefully. Then, A look of excitement appeared on his face. There were indeed 3,000 bronze demon cores. Okay, now the falling star is yours. The young man handed over the medal in his hand. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He was ecstatic. However, he quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly took it. However, just as he was about to grab the falling star, a cold light flashed and flew toward him at high speed. The void surged and the air was pierced in an instant. There was not much noise, but the sharp aura shocked everyone. Feeling that the aura was coming toward him, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He snorted coldly. The cold air in his body surged and quickly formed an ice wall in front of him. It quickly spread out in all directions. The two collided and made a sonorous sound. In the end, the ray of light was wrapped in the cold light and frozen into ice. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. They hurriedly looked over and saw that there was a green leaf in the blue ice. What? That terrifying attack just now was a leaf. Chapter 946. How is this possible? Everyone felt their scalps go numb at the thought of this. How terrifying was this person to be able to use a leaf to create such a terrifying attack? The surrounding people all looked behind them. They wanted to see what kind of person could be so terrifying. Lin Xian also frowned. If he had reacted a little slower, he probably would not have been able to get his hands on the leaf. Fortunately, the falling star was still in his hands. His face was gloomy as he turned his head to look. A group of warriors walked over from behind. The person in the lead was a young man in a black robe. He held a tree branch in his hand. The green leaves on the branch swayed, and there was a gap in it. It was obvious that it had just been plucked. In other words, the leaf just now had been thrown by this young man. Lin Xian frowned because he realized that he did not recognize these people at all. At this moment, the surrounding crowd burst into exclamations. It's Yao Bin from the Hidden Dragon League. I didn't expect him to be the one who attacked. Many people present recognized the young man who attacked. At this moment, the young man was also waving his folding fan as he spoke slowly. As expected of a famous person in the academy, he was actually able to block my attack so easily. Although he sounded like he was praising Luo Yunyang, there was a cold glint in the young man's eyes. Lin Xian looked at these people with a cold expression. He could naturally feel the hostility from these people. It was obvious that these people were here to target him. At this moment, Murong Qingqing gently pulled Lin Xian's sleeve from behind. Forget it. Don't bother with these people. Let's go back. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, the young man in the black robe spoke again. Wait. There was a trace of unquestionable authority in this voice. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was also angry. Just now, he did not attack because of Murong Qingqing. Now, it seemed that the other party did not intend to let them go. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. It was not certain who would let the other party go. He was not someone who would be bullied. Although the other party had attacked him with a hidden weapon without him knowing, it was only because he was strong. If it was someone else, they would have been injured. How could Lin Xian not be enraged by the fact that these people didn't even have a reason to attack? Therefore, he stopped. Seeing Lin Xian turn around, the black-robed youth revealed a satisfied smile. Very well. We'll take the item in your hand. With that said, Yao Bin threw out a storage bag. There are 4,000 demon cores in here. 3,000 demon cores will be used to buy the piece of metal in your hand. The other 10 demon cores will be my tip for you. Yao Bin raised his chin and said as if he was giving alms. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. They hadn't expected that the Hidden Dragon League's Yao Bin would be so forceful as to try to force a deal with Lin Xian. However, was Lin Xian an ordinary person? Of course not. Not long ago, he had killed Yan Qingfeng, who was ranked 30th on the Lord Mystic Staff. He was unparalleled in the limelight. How could such a person submit? However, in this way, there would definitely be an intense collision. Thinking of this, everyone was extremely excited and wanted nothing more than to shout a few times. After all, they were just there to watch the show. Of course, they wouldn't mind if the situation escalated. Lin Xian looked at the storage bag in his hand. He didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. What? You don't think it's enough? Yao Bin laughed. Then what kind of compensation do you want? Tell us, and we'll satisfy you. He waved his folding fan slightly, as if he couldn't do anything without compensation. Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, Lin Xian sneered and said, All right, then you'll compensate me with 1,000 demon cores. What? 1,000 demon cores? Hearing this, the surrounding people were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues. Yao Bin was also stunned. Suddenly, his entire person became gloomy. He didn't expect that the other party would ask for such an exorbitant price. This wasn't compensation at all. This was provocation. 1,000 demon cores. Even if everyone in the valley added up, they probably wouldn't have that much. Kid, I advise you to change your request. Yao Bin's voice carried a trace of coldness. What? Can't do it? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You're just being unreasonable. 1,000 demon cores. No one can do it. If you can't do it, then why are you acting so arrogant? Look at your arrogant attitude just now. Those who don't know better would think that the entire Demon Slayer's world belongs to your family. Lin Xian sneered. He hated people like this the most. They didn't have much strength, but they acted so arrogant and wanted everyone to know. In his opinion, this was a sign of lack of confidence. Hearing this, the surrounding people became excited again. Counterattack! The counterattack has begun. From the moment Yao Bin threw the storage bag, everyone knew that this matter wouldn't be so simple. After all, Lin Xian was a genius martial artist. How could someone like him submit? Moreover, Yao Bin's action was really insulting. Most people wouldn't be able to stand it, let alone Lin Xian. Sure enough, Lin Xian retaliated with even sharper words, which directly stunned Yao Bin and the others. Yao Bin was so angry that his whole body trembled. His face was ashen, but he couldn't do anything because he couldn't take out 1,000 demon cores. Therefore, this time, he looked at the young man who was selling the stone. He bought it for 3,000 demon cores, then I'll pay 4,000 demon cores. Yao Bin said coldly, The storage bag on the ground is yours. Now, sell the fallen star to me. This, the young man who was selling the stone was stunned. Although it was true that the highest bidder got the item, he had already completed the transaction with Lin Xian. In other words, the item didn't belong to him at all. However, looking at the situation now, the other party was so aggressive that he didn't know what to do for a moment. Therefore, he could only look at Lin Xian. However, before he could say anything, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, You've already sold the metal to me, which means that the fallen star has nothing to do with you now. I advise you to leave quickly if you don't want to cause trouble. Hearing this, the young man who was selling the stone smiled bitterly. What he said was true. Under normal circumstances, when he got the money, the item would belong to the other party. However, the current situation was completely out of his control. However, the young man who was selling the stone had his own plans. If he left now, Yao Bin would be the only one left. If he wanted to sell the metal to Yao Bin, he was afraid that he would immediately offend Lin Xian. In the end, it was uncertain whether Yao Bin would get the metal. Therefore, if he went back on his word, he would very likely offend both of them. Therefore, the young man chose to leave tactfully. However, as soon as he moved, the martial artists behind Yao Bin moved quickly and sealed off the area. They stared at the young man with an unfriendly expression. You, what do you want to do? The young man's voice trembled. Chapter 947. What? Don't be afraid. I just want to buy the metal in your hands. As long as we complete the transaction, we'll let you go. Otherwise, although he didn't finish his sentence, the threat in his words was very obvious. Hearing this, the young man laughed bitterly. I've already sold the item. It doesn't belong to me now. It's useless for you to find me. Indeed, it's useless to find him. Find me if you want the stone. Talk to me." At this moment, Lin Xian also spoke loudly. "Good boy, you're bold. Then I'll talk to you." Yao Bin laughed coldly as his eyes shone brightly. "You guys let him go. Don't scare him. Otherwise, people will say that the Hidden Dragon Society is bullying him." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. "You're afraid of people saying that? You guys are blatantly bullying me, all right." Of course, no one dared to say this. Although the Hidden Dragon Society wasn't very famous, they were all top geniuses. These people had terrifying strength and weren't people they could afford to offend. Lin Xian was speechless. He didn't expect that buying a medal would cause such a situation. At the same time, he was furious because these people were completely unreasonable and forced him to sell. Anyone would be furious if this happened to them, and Lin Xian was no exception. Yao Bin didn't pay any more attention to the young man. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian and spoke slowly. "We've been eyeing this medal for a long time, so you should name a price. As long as it's not too outrageous, we can accept it." Lin Xian did not know if the other party had recognized the falling star, but he was not interested in finding out. Regardless of whether the other party recognized the falling star or not, he would not give it away, because this item was related to the quality of his Crimson Lotus armor. Not to mention these fellows before him. Even if Li Yun, Fei, Gu Ao, and the others were here, he would not give it away. "There's nothing to discuss. This thing is equally important to me, so I won't give it away." Lin Xian shook his head firmly. "I advise you to leave quickly. After all, my patience is limited. If you anger me, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." Good. Kid, you're the first one who dares to threaten our Hidden Dragon League." Yao Bin was so angry that he laughed, his eyes filled with a biting cold aura. However, before he could finish speaking, another sneer sounded from afar. "So what if I'm bullying you? You even dare to use the Hidden Dragon Society to pressure me. Can you represent the Hidden Dragon Society?" This voice was extremely loud and clear, and it seemed to be even more arrogant than the other party. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Who was this awesome person who actually dared to go against the Hidden Dragon League? Then, everyone felt their vision blur, and two figures, one black and one white, appeared on the field. "You can't represent the Hidden Dragon League, right?" Seeing the black and white figures, Yao Bin's face darkened again. He said coldly, "Black and white double ghosts, do you want to fight with me?" "The black, white double fiends. They are the black, white double fiends." At this moment, everyone cried out in surprise. Then they looked at the black and white figures in the field with complicated expressions. The older students had fearful looks on their faces. Naturally, they would not forget the infamous reputation of the black-white double ghosts. After those new students understood the situation, they opened their mouths wide and were dumbstruck. No wonder these two people dared to go against the Hidden Dragon Society. It turned out that they were also extremely fierce people. At this moment, the black demon snorted coldly. "Fight with you? You think too highly of yourself." "Yeah, we're here to support little Xian Xian," the white demon said with a smile. Little Xian Xian, everyone felt a chill, but they quickly reacted, and their hearts trembled violently. The black and white double ghosts were walking together with Lin Xian, and it seemed like they had a good relationship. This was too shocking. "Humph, I remember that you black and white double ghosts were always alone. When did you become someone's lackey?" Yao Bin sneered. It seemed like he did not have a good relationship with the black and white double ghosts. "That's where you're wrong. I'm friends with the black and white double ghosts," Lin Xian said in a low voice. He could not stand the other party's words. The black and white double ghosts also had cold expressions. They looked at Yao Bin coldly. "You have the nerve to call us lackeys. I think you're the lackey of the Hidden Dragon Society." Fine. I don't care what your relationship is. I'm taking the falling star today. Yao Bin's eyes were filled with ferocity. You don't have the ability to do that. The black and white double ghosts snorted, their eyes filled with disdain. Humph, don't be so arrogant, black and white double ghosts. Yao Bin saw their expressions and naturally knew what they were thinking. He said coldly, Do you think I want the falling stars? To tell you the truth, it was our second young Master Tang who asked for it. If you don't want to die, you'd better hand it over obediently. Second young Master Tang. Everyone exclaimed when they heard this name. The black and white double ghosts were also shocked. They would not forget that not long ago, second young Master Tang had defeated Li Rue, who was ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and became the new 10th. With such strength, even the black and white double ghosts would not dare to provoke him. At that moment, Lin Xian, who was beside them, was also stunned. He said in a low voice, It doesn't matter if it's second young Master Tang or third young Master Tang. Since this item is in my hands, it's mine. I won't give it away. I'll give you one last chance. Scram or bear the consequences. Many people held their breaths when they heard this. Powerful, too powerful. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He did not take the Hidden Dragon Society seriously at all. On the other hand, Yao Bin's face was ashen. He did not expect that after mentioning second young Master Tang's name, the other party would not be afraid at all. Instead, he became even more powerful than before. He did not take them seriously at all. Yao Bin was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was about to go crazy. If it were not for the black and white double ghosts, he would have attacked long ago. However, he still tried his best to control himself. Attacking now would not do him any good. After all, if Lin Xian and the black and white double ghosts joined forces, he would not be able to resist at all. However, he would not give up just like that. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said in the end, Kid, do you really want to go against the Hidden Dragon Society? Don't use the Hidden Dragon Society to scare me. Lin Xian sneered. I dared to kill the Yan family and destroy the Wanxiang auction. Do you think I'll be afraid of the Hidden Dragon Society? Furthermore, do you think you can represent the Green Dragon Society? At the end of his sentence, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The surrounding people were shocked. Many of them were stunned. Indeed, they seemed to have forgotten that the Lin Xian in front of them was not a kind person either. He was a ruthless person who caused havoc in the entire Windy City and overturned several major forces. His reputation was probably even greater than the black and white double ghosts. Yao Bin was so angry that his whole body trembled. His eyes were burning with anger. Belittling, the other party dared to belittle him. He could not tolerate this. He was also a genius. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Therefore, he did not intend to tolerate this anymore. He must tear this detestable kid in front of him apart. Chapter 948. With a cold snort, a terrifying aura exploded from Yao Bin's body and filled the entire sky. The people that he had brought with him all had cold expressions as they gripped their weapons. Opposite him, the black-white double ghost snorted as a powerful aura surged from their bodies. Murong Qingqing was like a fairy as she summoned a purple cloud that emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Although Lin Xian did not show anything, the crowd seemed to see countless sword shadows circling around him. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the next moment, the two sides would probably start fighting. The surrounding warriors retreated with fear. They were only there to watch the show and did not want to be implicated. However, just as the two sides were about to start fighting, a voice came from behind. If he can't represent me, what about me, Tang Er? The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Tang Er. Everyone was shocked when they heard the name because the person was ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. On the other hand, Yao Bin was overjoyed and his eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that he was safe. As long as Tang Er was here, the other side would definitely be no match for him. With a cold snort, Yao Bin looked at Lin Xian and the others with a mocking gaze. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but he was not afraid at all. It just so happened that he wanted to see what kind of person this so-called second Tang was. Looking through the crowd, Lin Xian looked ahead. Over there, a silhouette was rushing over. That terrifying speed was shocking. Tang Air, it really is Tang Air. Seeing the figure, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Yao Bin's expression was also agitated. His face was filled with ecstasy. It was as if his back was straightened again with Tang Air around. Lin Xian was still all right, but the black-white double ghosts also looked solemn. Judging from the other party's aura, he was definitely not weaker than them. Tang Air glanced at the black-white double ghosts and then looked to the other side. When he saw Murong Qingqing, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, right? You really do live up to your reputation. Your name can be said to be the most famous among the new students. However, I heard that you have a lot of troubles as well. Why don't you join our Hidden Dragon Society? At least we can reduce your troubles. I don't dare to say anything else, but in Senmu College, our words count. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They did not expect Second Tang to come here and not make a move. Not only that, he even extended an olive branch to Lin Xian. What was going on? They were completely baffled. Even the twin demons of black and white were suspicious. They never would have thought that the Hidden Dragon League would try to recruit Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also slightly taken aback, but he quickly shook his head and refused. No matter what the other party's plans were, he would not join the Hidden Dragon League. Firstly, he had his own faction, the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Secondly, from today's situation, he could tell what kind of personality these people from the Hidden Dragon League had. He would never join such a club. I'm sorry, but I have my own Dragon Sword Pavilion. I won't join other clubs. Lin Xian decisively refused. What? You dare refuse? Yao Bin screamed. He was furious. Lin Xian actually dared to refuse the Hidden Dragon League's invitation. He was simply too arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. I say, are you crazy? You invited me, so I have to join? What kind of logic is that? How about this? I invite you to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As long as you are willing to be my underling, the monthly resources you receive will be double what you get from the Hidden Dragon League. Impudent! Who do you think you are? How dare you try to recruit us? Yao Bin roared. Lin Xian sneered. Then who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy of recruiting me? Facing the Hidden Dragon League, Lin Xian was not afraid. What a joke. You invited me to join, but you got angry when I didn't. You wouldn't force me to do something like that. As for Yao Bin, Lin Xian did not take him seriously at all. As for Second Tang, although he was an expert ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, Lin Xian was not afraid at all if they really fought. After all, he had a great killing weapon in his hands. Since Junior Brother Lin is unwilling, then forget it. Although it's a pity, I still respect Junior Brother Lin's decision. However, this falling star is really important to me. I wonder if Junior Brother Lin can give it to me? Don't worry. You bought it for 3,000 demon cores, so I'll pay 6,000 demon cores. I won't let you lose out. Although Second Tang frowned slightly at Lin Xian's rejection, he was an expert ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, so he would not get angry easily. Otherwise, people would think that he was bullying a newcomer. Therefore, he did not get angry immediately. Instead, he changed the topic to the falling star. He did not have high hopes for the previous invitation. After all, the other party had his own forces. However, he was determined to get the falling star and was very confident. Therefore, he had doubled the price. Furthermore, he had personally asked, so the other party would probably give him some face. However, he was completely wrong this time. If it had been something else, then he would have let it go. However, the falling star was also very important to Lin Xian. Therefore, even if it had been 6,000 silver-grade demon cores, Lin Xian would have decisively rejected it, let alone 6,000 green-gray demon cores. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Xian quickly shook his head. I'm really sorry. This falling star is also very important to me, so I won't hand it over. However, I think that with the power of the Hidden Dragon Society, it shouldn't be too difficult to find another one. Hearing this, the crowd did not expect Lin Xian to reject Second Tang, who was ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, so decisively. The corner of Yao Bin's mouth twitched. Find another one? Although he did not know the exact value of the falling star, he knew that it was definitely very rare based on Second Tang's attention to this matter. Therefore, he would never believe that Second Tang would find another one even if he was beaten to death. Second Tang's face darkened when he heard this. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He did not expect Lin Xian to reject him. He did not take him seriously at all. Ever since he had ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, his mentality had changed. In the past, although he was powerful, he did not have any status. It could be said that he had been lying low. However, now that he had soared to the sky and ranked 10th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, it could be said that he had entered the top echelon of the entire academy. Naturally, the arrogance in his heart rose. Therefore, when he faced Lin Xian, he looked down on him. In his opinion, although Lin Xian had some reputation, he could not be compared to him. After all, he was not a good-for-nothing like Yan Qingfeng. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to reject him. Moreover, he rejected him so decisively without any hesitation. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Junior brother Lin, do you want to seriously consider it? Chapter 949. Tang Er said coldly. At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was as if a peerless beast was rapidly awakening. Sensing this aura, the surrounding people were horrified and kept retreating. This aura was too powerful, and it was not something they could resist. Even Murong Qingcheng and the black-white double demons looked solemn and were secretly on guard. Although the other party was arrogant, his strength was there and could not be underestimated. However, Lin Xian still had a calm smile on his face, as if the terrifying aura did not affect him at all. Seeing this, Tang Er's brows furrowed even tighter. First, Lin Xian rejected his invitation. Now he was not afraid of his coercion. It was as if everything Lin Xian did was a provocation to him, as someone who had just stepped onto the throne of the strong. How could he tolerate such provocation? Moreover, Lin Xian's next words made him even more furious. Lin Xian said indifferently, "There's no need to consider. If there's nothing else, then goodbye." Seeing Lin Xian's attitude, Tang Er finally could not take it anymore. He snorted coldly, and the aura on his body erupted again. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled, and the surrounding martial artists were pushed away by this force. They fell to the ground with a look of horror on their faces. The terrifying spiritual energy condensed in the sky and formed a huge palm of light. It grabbed at Lin Xian fiercely. Everyone was horrified. They did not expect Tang Er to suddenly attack. Lin Xian felt the rapidly approaching palm and snorted coldly. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. Then he took a step forward, and the sword aura on his body surged. It formed a light sword that was dozens of feet long and quickly slashed forward. The huge spiritual light sword tore through the void with ease. With a long tail of light and a sharp aura, it collided with the huge palm in the sky. An earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying ball of energy formed between the two. It quickly spread and swept in all directions. Looking at this scene, countless people screamed in horror and quickly fled into the distance. In the next moment, the place where they were originally at was swept by the aftermath of the energy. Countless boulders were turned into powder, and the entire ground was cut into several pieces. That strike was so terrifying. Moreover, this was only a confrontation of the two people's auras. If the two of them really fought, the entire valley would probably be flattened in an instant. What? It was blocked. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Yao Bin screamed in horror. In his opinion, the pressure released by Tang Air would definitely be able to heavily injure Lin Xian. He could even imagine the scene of Lin Xian being sent flying by the pressure. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to withstand it. This was completely beyond his imagination. Although this was only spiritual pressure, it wasn't something that a freshman could resist. Tang Air was also greatly surprised. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the figure in front of him. His gaze revealed a frightening light. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast! Even the black-white double fiends beside him cried out in surprise at this speed. Clearly, Tang Air's speed had exceeded their reaction time. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well, but he clearly caught the other's movements. Without any hesitation, a ball of azure cold air appeared on Lin Xian's palm, and he fiercely blasted it forward. This palm blocked the other's fist. When the fist and the palm collided, a thunderous sound was heard again. The two forces collided, forming countless storms. He blocked it again. This time, Tang Air was also moved, and he stopped looking down on him. If the previous spiritual power confrontation made him feel doubtful, then this fist and palm collision made him completely understand that the young man in front of him was more powerful than he had imagined. At least, it wasn't something that he could deal with in 1 or 2 moves. Not only that, the other party's cold air was very strange. Not only was it extremely cold, but it also contained a sharp sword aura. At this moment, the aura was madly drilling into his body. If it wasn't for his strong spiritual power that could block it, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Lin Xian had actually blocked Tang Air's attack. This was simply too shocking. Before this, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian could kill Yan Qingfeng, who was ranked 30th on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, there was a world of difference between the top 30 and the top 10. However, at this moment, Lin Xian had blocked Tang Air's attack. This meant that his strength was definitely above everyone's expectations. Tang Air was also extremely shocked. However, he still grinned and said, "You're indeed the most famous person among the new students. Junior brother Lin's skills are indeed extraordinary. It's just SOO. I only used 30% of my strength." Lin Xian also smiled. "If you want to continue fighting, I'll accompany you to the end. However, when the time comes, it's not certain who will be ranked 10th on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard." The crowd widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. What did Lin Xian mean? Could it be that he still had the strength to defeat Tang Air? Tang Air's heart also skipped a beat as he pondered. Logically speaking, he definitely wouldn't believe it. However, Lin Xian was too calm, which made him feel suspicious. In the end, he withdrew his fist and didn't attack again. It seems that junior brother Lin is very confident in his strength. I look forward to your next performance. You won't be disappointed. Seeing that Tang Air didn't attack again, Lin Xian also withdrew his aura. He looked deeply at Tang Air, then turned around and left with Morong Qingqing and the others. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this to be the result of the conflict between the two. At the same time, they didn't dare to stay in this area any longer. Who knew if Tang Air would go crazy at this moment? If he came looking for them, it would be a big joke. Therefore, the surrounding warriors had all left in an instant. Looking at the backs of Lin Xian and the others, Yao Bin gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly, "Second brother, are we just going to let this kid go like this?" He was unwilling. He didn't expect Tang Air to be unable to take down Lin Xian. Thinking of this, a ball of anger burned in his heart. Tang Air didn't answer. Instead, he quickly mobilized all the spiritual power in his body and rushed it to his right hand. Then, a blue aura appeared in his palm and became denser. Finally, The cold air formed a round ball and appeared in his palm. He clenched his fist and crushed the blue ice ball. I didn't expect this kid to be more difficult to deal with than I thought, especially his cold aura. It's strange and unpredictable, Tang Er said slowly as he dusted off the ice in his hand. The blue ice balls that he forced out of his body just now were the cold aura that Lin Xian had injected into his body. Fortunately, he was strong. If his cultivation was slightly weaker, his entire body would have been frozen by the cold aura. Seeing this scene, Yao Bin and the others were shocked. They didn't expect their opponent to have such a strange method. Are we just going to let him go like this? I can't accept this. Chapter 950. Let him go. Impossible. Let him be proud for 2 days. Tang Er said coldly, if we didn't need to conserve energy to attack that nest, do you think he would be able to leave safely? Tang Er's entire body emitted a cold aura, as if he was a peerless beast that wanted to devour people. It won't be too late to teach this brat a lesson after we attack that nest. No one has ever been able to take anything away from me. Hearing his words, Yao Bin and the others relaxed. They knew that it wasn't because Lin Xian was strong, but because Tang Er didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, the brat would have already knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Second brother, the direction they left in seems to have a target. Could it be that their target is that nest as well? Hearing this, Tang Er nodded. That's possible. Although Lin Xian is a freshman, he has the black-white double ghosts by his side. I think that with the other party's intelligence network, they should also know about the nest. You guys go investigate and see if their target is that nest as well. If it really is that nest, I'll let him know what regret is. That brat is too strange. Should we make a move halfway? Yao Bin revealed a cruel smile. No need, even if they enter the nest. So what? You have to know that I'm not the only one making a move this time. Jiang Yan will also be here in 2 days. Do you think that with their strength they can fight against our hidden dragon society? As he finished speaking, Tang Er's eyes revealed a deep disdain. Even big brother Jiang is coming? Hearing Tang Er's words, Yao Bin was stunned. To deal with a new student, there shouldn't be a need for the 2 experts of the Hidden Dragon Society to make a move. You're thinking too much. Jiang Yan is only here to attack the nest. Dealing with that brat is just a matter of convenience. Hearing this, Yao Bin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that brat wasn't as strong as he thought. As long as Tang Er used his full strength, he would be able to deal with him. Putting Lin Xian's matter aside, Yao Bin asked again, is the news from that nest true? Of course it's true. After our Hidden Dragon Society repeatedly confirmed it, it can't be wrong. Say, if we successfully kill a gold-rank beast, won't it shock everyone? Tang Er's eyes lit up. At that time, we'll probably be the first people in the entire academy to kill a gold-rank beast. Perhaps even Du Guotian and Li Yunfei did not have such an honor. Thinking of this, Yao Bin and the others' breathing became heavy, and their eyes were burning with passion. If that was really the case, then their Hidden Dragon Society would definitely become the most famous society within the academy. At that time, Lin Xian would be nothing. Even if he begged to join on his knees, they might not agree. Lin Xian and the others were naturally unaware of Tang Er's scheme. They had already left the valley and were heading towards their target. The twin demons of black and white looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Just for a broken stone, you sent people to fight with the Hidden Dragon Society. Is it worth it? Broken stone? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This isn't some lousy rock. I'm afraid you won't be able to exchange for it, even if you go to the True Spirit Hall. Then he flipped his palm and took out the fist-sized falling star again. The sword Qi in his body surged and rushed to his hands. Countless tiny sword Qi gushed out and wandered on the surface of the fallen star. Qi, Qi, Qi. When the sword Qi collided with the falling star, countless sparks flew in all directions amidst the metallic collision. This thing is so hard, Seeing this, the twin demons of black and white could no longer remain calm. Even Murong Qingcheng looked at it curiously. They knew Lin Xian's strength. Even a martial artist at the second sky of the Venerable Realm would not be able to resist this sword qi. But now, it was unable to break a piece of broken stone? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He circulated his soul power and carefully examined the structure of the falling star. Then he quickly made his move. The great dragon sword soul in his body rotated and covered the entire falling star. This time, the sword qi was even sharper. Countless fragments danced in the air as if a layer of clothing had been taken off. The falling star gradually emitted a blue light. In the end, the rusty iron on the surface completely disappeared. The entire falling star turned into a dark blue metal. It was like a sea of stars, incomparably deep. The twin demons of black and white opened their mouths wide. They could not believe the scene in front of them. The previously dilapidated stone had become so dazzling. Murong Qingcheng also exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. It's like a real star." Of course, it was originally a star. Lin Xian smiled. Then he carefully put away the falling star. This thing was related to the grade of the Red Lotus armor. It was absolutely precious. "Kid, you have such a good eye. How could you find such a hidden treasure?" If second brother Tang knew about it, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. The twin demons of black and white smirked. Lin Xian shrugged. It had nothing to do with him whether the other party would vomit blood or not. "Let's go. Let's reach the golden lair first," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He did not want such a treasure to be taken away by others. The others nodded in agreement. Then the group sped up. They did not delay along the way, so their speed was very fast. A day later, they were close to the place marked on the map. However, Lin Xian and the others realized that they were not the only team heading in that direction. It seemed that the news had spread. Lin Xian sighed. In just half a day, 2 teams had flown past them, and that was only in their direction. He did not know what it was like in other directions. However, it should not be too deserted. Ignore the others. "Let's go," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Now, he knew that this kind of thing could not be hidden in the monster-slaying world. However, it did not matter even if everyone knew, because the golden lair was not an ordinary lair. It was extremely dangerous. Only people with strength could come here. Lin Xian was still confident in his strength. They continued forward and realized that the scenery in front of them had changed. White skeletons began to appear on the ground. Some were scattered, while others were intact. The closer they got to the golden lair, the more skeletons there were on the ground. Not only that, but the entire air was emitting a demonic aura which made people feel very oppressed. Finally, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the place marked on the map, which was in front of the golden lair. The first thing they sensed was a strong beastly aura surging toward them. The demonic aura was so strong that it directly turned into a mist that could be seen with the naked eye, spreading throughout the entire area. Not only was the aura terrifying, but the demonic aura could also corrode a person's body. If someone with weaker strength came here, they would probably be corroded by the demonic aura in a short time. The consequences of being corroded by the demonic aura were very tragic. They would either explode and die or go crazy and become a killing machine. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others were strong. The demonic aura did not affect them at all. They pulled themselves together and walked forward. Chapter 9:51. Cheering up, Lin Xian and the rest walked forward. Then they saw a huge object standing in front of them. Seeing that thing, Lin Xian and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. That huge black shadow was actually a skeleton. It was a skeleton that was 100 feet tall, like a huge mountain. Although the demonic beast had been dead for a long time, the skeleton still exuded a terrifying aura. As expected of the golden lair. "It's really extraordinary," Lin Xian exclaimed. This scene was much more terrifying than the silver lair from before. Lin Xian and the rest stood in front of the golden lair. looking at the huge skeleton and feeling deeply shocked. However, what made them even more shocked was that they found other teams here, and there were quite a few of them. These people could come here and ignore the demonic aura's corrosion. It was enough to show that they were strong. However, the good thing was that these forces were only on guard against each other and did not cause any conflict. Lin Xian and the rest occupied a safe place and looked at the golden lair in front of them. There was a dense crowd of bronze, demonic beasts. In addition, there was a large number of silver demonic beasts. Just the strength of the golden lair's periphery had already surpassed the silver lair that Lin Xian attacked before. Lin Xian relied on his outstanding soul power to sense that there was an extremely powerful and obscure aura in the depths of the golden lair. It should be the newly promoted gold demonic beast. At this moment, the demonic beasts on the periphery saw the surrounding warriors and roared angrily. They were irritable and restless. Fortunately, they seemed to have received some orders and did not rush over. Instead, they guarded the entire golden lair. Lin Xian and the rest did not immediately make a move. Instead, they sat cross-legged and quickly adjusted their state of mind. Anyway, this place was no longer a secret. It would not be long before other warriors came. Before the situation was clear, Lin Xian and the rest would not make a move. Fortunately, these people were patient enough to wait. As time passed, more and more warriors came. From time to time, the sound of breaking air could be heard. It was obvious that a large number of warriors were rushing over. All of a sudden, an enormous and boundless energy came from afar. Like a huge wave, it tore apart the terrifying demonic chi. Then, a group of people charged into the arena. The surrounding martial artists were shocked and raised their heads to look. Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes and looked at the sky. They're from the Hidden Dragon League. Seeing the figures of Tang Er and the others, the black-white double fiends snorted coldly. This group of people was really like ghosts that wouldn't go away. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the Hidden Dragon League would also know about this. Thinking about it, with the relationship between the two parties, there would be a fierce battle when they entered the nest. However, he wasn't too worried. If the other party really made a move, he would let those people know who the soft persimmon was. Tang Er and the others looked around with arrogance in their eyes. Soon, they discovered the figures of Lin Xian and the others. Second Tang narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Behind him, Yao Bin and the others glared fiercely at him. The twin ghosts of black and white snorted coldly when they saw the other party's malicious gazes. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had more people, they would have already attacked. Kid, I'm afraid that those people don't have good intentions. When the time comes and we enter the nest, they will definitely attack you. Why don't we think of a way to get rid of them now? The twin ghosts of black and white were ruthless people. Naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of the Hidden Dragon League. However, Lin Xian shook his head. If he made a move now, he would undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. He didn't want to cause any trouble at this critical moment. Just as he finished speaking, another powerful aura came from the distance. Immediately after, a fiery red figure appeared in the sky. Boom! The red aura surged, bringing with it a terrifyingly high temperature. The surrounding demonic aura was all burned to ashes, and more than half of the area was cleared. How terrifying! Feeling the heat, the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked and looked up again. In the sky, the fiery red light gradually disappeared and a figure appeared. It was a man wearing a fiery red robe. There was also a dark red flowing light in his eyes. His entire person was like a god of fire, incomparably hot. It's him, Jiang Yan. I didn't think that he would also come. Many people exclaimed. Jiang Yan. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the previous news, there was information that Jiang Yan had defeated Xiang Fei, who was ranked 8th. His strength could be said to be even more terrifying than Tang Er. He didn't think that both of the Hidden Dragon League's experts would come here. The surrounding people were also shocked. In their opinion, the Hidden Dragon League must have attached great importance to this golden nest. They even seemed to be determined to obtain it. Unlike the surrounding people who were shocked, the Hidden Dragon League members were very happy. After all, with 2 experts, their success rate would be much higher. Jiang Yan smiled at Tang Er and said, "We're not too late, right?" "Not too late. Even if we're a bit late, so what? Even if all these people enter the nest, the final winner will be us." Tang Er's eyes flashed with confidence. Jiang Yan nodded, then looked down at the nest. When he saw the 100-feet-tall skeleton, he was also slightly stunned. As expected of the golden nest, this aura is indeed extraordinary. Then his gaze swept past the demonic beast nest and scanned the surroundings. When the surrounding martial artists were swept by this gaze, they all felt their bodies stiffen. They didn't dare to look him in the eye. Although Jiang Yan didn't say anything, the corner of his mouth held a trace of disdain. Soon his gaze fixed on a place. He said indifferently, "That person is Lin Xian." "Yes, that's the kid." Tang Er said coldly, "He's even more arrogant than the rumors. He actually dared to reject my invitation." Behind him, Yao Bin and the others also quickly said, "Yes, Big Brother Jiang. That kid is too despicable. He doesn't put the Hidden Dragon League in his eyes at all." When Jiang Yan heard their words, he didn't show any emotion. He asked again, "How's his strength?" "He's stronger than I imagined. He was actually able to take one of my attacks." "Oh, you fought with him?" Hearing Tang Er's words, Jiang Yan revealed a trace of surprise. "Looks like we have to reevaluate this kid. After all, he still has the Lone Star Sword, a half-Earth rank artifact. If he uses the Lone Star Sword, his strength will probably increase by a lot. It's nothing. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for us." Tang Er said proudly, "If there's no other way, we'll capture him before he uses the Lone Star Sword." Obviously, they also had a strategy to deal with the Lone Star Sword. Hearing Tang Er's answer, Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Suddenly, he frowned and turned to look behind him. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. A group of figures quickly rushed over. The person in the lead had a very powerful aura. It seemed to be even more terrifying than when Jiang Yan arrived. "Qi Hao, I didn't expect him to come too." Jiang Yan looked at the figure behind him. His voice became serious, and at the same time his eyes emitted a terrifying light. Chapter 952. Seeing this, Yao Bin and the others trembled slightly. As members of the Hidden Dragon League, they naturally knew what Jiang Yan's expression meant. Jiang Yan would only have such an expression when he was extremely excited. Indeed, Jiang Yan was extremely excited at the moment. He was already ranked 8th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, while Qi Hao was ranked 5th. Although the top 10 were the first echelon, the top 5 were even more powerful and had a better reputation. If he could defeat Qi Hao and obtain the 5th position, his fame would increase once again, and he would become the biggest dark horse of the demon-slaying conference. Although Qi Hao was ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and was powerful, Jiang Yan had absolute confidence in himself. When he had obtained the 8th position on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, he had only used 3 moves. Therefore, he was confident that he could challenge Qi Hao. Below, the black-white double demons were also shocked. "Who is that?" Lin Xian asked. He had never seen the black-white double demons with such serious expressions. "Qi Hao, ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He is extremely powerful and can be considered a true top expert." Lin Xian nodded. The 5th position on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard was already extremely terrifying. It was no wonder that the black-white double demons had such expressions. Qi Hao also swept his gaze over the crowd, but he only greeted Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and a few others. He completely ignored the others. Although the others were angry and dissatisfied, no one dared to say anything. After Qi Hao's arrival, other ancient martial art practitioners arrived one after another. However, the number of people was much smaller than before. It seemed that most of the ancient martial art practitioners who had received the news had already arrived. Seeing the decreasing number of ancient martial art practitioners, many people's breathing became heavier and their eyes burned with passion. This was because they knew that they would soon begin to attack the nest. Lin Xian also said in a low voice, "When we attack the nest later, everyone be careful. You must protect yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't get the demon core." Although the demon core was good, personal safety was more important. Therefore, no one had any objections. Not only Lin Xian and the others, but all the other teams were preparing. The originally quiet atmosphere immediately became heated. Finally, someone could not help but lead the team to charge toward the golden nest. With one person taking the lead, the others did not hesitate. They all used their spiritual power and charged forward with all their might. Although they couldn't kill a gold-ranked demonic beast, there were still a large number of bronze-ranked and silver-ranked demonic beasts in the nest. Therefore, this time, as long as they gave it their all, they would definitely be able to reap great rewards. Disdain appeared in Second Tang's eyes when he saw the figures flying out. In his opinion, it was useless no matter how fast these people rushed, because the gold-ranked demon beast would definitely be theirs in the end. "Let's go, let's make our move," Second Tang said in a deep voice, after lying low for so long. "It's time to let the world know our strength." Hearing this, the gazes of the Hidden Dragon League's martial artists immediately became fiery. Each of them released a powerful aura and followed behind Jiang Yan and Tang Er, quickly flying upwards. On the other side, Qi Hao also set off with many martial artists. As he gazed at the fleeing figures, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go!" Then he stomped his foot and turned into a beam of light that shot forward. At the same time, Murong Qingqing, the twin ghosts of black and white, and the others quickly followed behind him. Like a shooting star, they gathered among the martial artists and quickly moved forward with the flow of people. On the other side, when the demonic beasts outside the nest saw the numerous martial artists rushing towards them, they immediately raised their heads and roared angrily. Terrifying demonic qi also rose from their bodies. It was obvious that they were angered by the actions of the crowd. The demonic beasts were infuriated and quickly rushed over. Not long after, they collided with the martial artists who were rushing towards them. Suddenly, a great battle was about to break out. Lin Xian and the others were naturally blocked by the bronze-ranked demonic beasts. However, they were powerful and didn't fear the demonic beasts at all. With a long roar, Lin Xian flicked his finger and the wind shadow sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, streaks of sword qi swept out in all directions. Wherever the sword qi swept past, all the demonic beasts were cut in half. Murong Qingqing's body was surrounded by purple light. His large purple palm appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Every strike was able to wipe out a group of demonic beasts. The black-white double ghosts were even more ferocious. When the two of them joined forces, their momentum was no weaker than Lin Xian and the others. As for Su Yu and the others, although their strength was weaker, the four of them joined forces. With Lin Xian and the others covering for them, there was no danger. However, this was the Golden Nest after all. It was the most dangerous place in the demon-slaying world. There were too many ordinary demonic beasts. They were like endless waves. Among them, there were also many silver-ranked demonic beasts. They led powerful demonic beasts to fight against the humans. No, there are too many of them. We have to charge quickly. Otherwise, if we're surrounded here, we'll be in danger. Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice, "All right then, we'll adopt the knife formation. One person will be the main force in the front and the others will assist. We'll rotate every half an incense, sticks time. This way, they could maintain their super strong combat strength and conserve their energy to deal with any changes that might occur at any time." In this formation, they quickly charged through the demonic beasts. They were very fast, but there were some people who were faster than them. Among them, there were two teams that charged at the front. One of them was the Hidden Dragon Society. Tang Er and Jiang Yen joined forces and charged at the front. They led the members of the Hidden Dragon Society and charged forward like a sharp sword. Wherever they went, nothing could stop them. The other team was led by Qi Hao. These two teams were the most powerful and left the others far behind. Damn it, there are too many of them. We can't keep up. The twin ghosts of Black and White were angry. Don't worry about it. Let them charge. This way, they can take most of the attention. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "We just have to maintain this speed. Don't worry, the golden demonic beasts are not that easy to kill. Even if they arrive first, they can't kill the golden demonic beasts in an instant." Lin Xian's words gave everyone confidence. Even the twin ghosts of Black and White calmed down. The group maintained their formation and charged forward quickly. Finally, after a difficult charge, they tore through the outer defense line and arrived at the center of the nest. The center of the nest was even more terrifying. It was densely packed with demonic beasts. It had to be said that the golden demonic beasts were too terrifying. Just the strength they displayed was already 10 times that of the silver demonic beasts. However, Lin Xian and the others had only just broken through the outer defense of the nest and reached the entrance. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the creatures inside were. However, although there were many demonic beasts here, Lin Xian and the others were even faster than when they were in the outer defense line. What's going on? The twin ghosts of Black and White were shocked. Even Murong Qingqing was confused. Chapter 953. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He spread out his soul power and scanned the area. Then, a suspicious expression appeared on his face. Did you notice? There are no silver beasts in the lair. That's true. The twin ghosts of Black and White scanned their surroundings and found that there were only bronze figures everywhere. Indeed, there were no silver-level demonic beasts. This is weird. Are there only so few beasts in the lair? Impossible. Even if there are only so few silver beasts, they can't all be in the periphery. But there are no silver beasts in the inner part of the lair. There must be something that we don't know. There must be something wrong. Lin Xian was puzzled about the lack of silver beasts in the lair. At the same time, he put his guard up. However, he didn't find anything strange in the next few days. So he put the matter aside for the time being. After about an hour, Lin Xian and the others finally arrived at the inner part of the lair. When they stepped through the last tunnel, they found that the number of beasts in front of them had decreased. The beasts behind them were roaring uneasily and didn't dare to follow them. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although it had only been an hour, they had used up a lot of energy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They took out elixirs and swallowed them to recover their energy quickly. Then they looked in front of them. The area in front of them gradually became empty. Several huge stone pillars stood in all directions, supporting the entire lair. Also, unlike the outside world, the demonic aura here was thicker. It even carried a huge pressure. Although the aura was terrifying, everyone's face was filled with joy, because only the gold demonic beast could emit such a terrifying aura. Everyone be careful. Don't let your guard down. The closer they were to the gold beasts, the more dangerous it was for them. Not only were they in danger from the beasts, but they were also in danger from martial artists from the same academy. Along the way, Lin Xian found that many martial artists had gathered in front of them. They stopped in one place and didn't move. It seemed that the golden right hand was there. Lin Xian and the others moved and came to the back of the crowd. Lin Xian looked through the crowd. Up ahead, there was a huge stone platform, and on that stone platform, there was a golden figure. Gold-ranked demon beast. Seeing the golden figure, the twin demons of Black and White could not help but exclaim, "It's here! It's finally here!" Everyone was excited. This was a gold-ranked demonic beast, which was definitely the most terrifying existence in the demon-slaying world. Sure enough, A strong demonic aura was emitted from that golden body. That aura caused them to feel a wave of apprehension. Conservatively speaking, this gold-colored demonic beast was equivalent to a human fourth heaven venerable. However, demonic beasts had tough bodies and were incomparably ferocious. Their combat prowess would definitely be even stronger. This gold-ranked demonic beast was stronger than he had imagined. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He realized that these were all gold-ranked beasts, and they seemed to be even stronger than Xiao Li from the Blackwater City, as expected of the strongest existence in the Demon Slayer realm. He is indeed incomparably powerful. However, this also created a problem. This meant that the gold-ranked demonic beast was stronger than any of the warriors present. Unless everyone worked together, it was impossible for a single force to swallow it. Sure enough, when he saw more and more cultivators rushing over, Jiang Yan took a step forward and said loudly, I'm sure everyone has sensed the strong demonic aura. I don't need to explain how powerful a gold-ranked demonic beast is. I'm sure no one is a match for it alone. If we want to kill this gold-ranked demonic beast, there's only one way, and that is to work together. Otherwise, not only will we not be able to get the demonic core, we might even be killed. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, what Jiang Yan said was the truth. They knew how powerful a gold-ranked demonic beast was. Moreover, everyone agreed with the idea of working together. However, there was still a problem that needed to be solved. There was only one gold-ranked demonic beast. If everyone worked together to get the demonic core, who would it belong to? This was everyone's concern. Soon, someone raised this objection. Tang Er frowned and said coldly, "It's not too late to discuss this matter after we kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. Now, let's think about how to work together to deal with the gold-ranked demonic beast." Hearing this cold voice, no one dared to refute. At this moment, Jiang Yan looked at Qi Hao, who was not far away. "Brother Qi, what do you think?" "Sure, working together is our only option now." Qi Hao did not object. With Qi Hao's support, the other martial artists nodded in agreement. Moreover, Qi Hao and Jiang Yan were the most powerful martial artists in this place. Following behind them, although they might not be able to get the demonic core, at least they could ensure their safety. Looking at the discussion in front of them, Lin Xian and the rest followed behind the group, without saying anything. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This was his instinctive reaction. He seemed to be able to predict good and bad luck. This feeling was very suspenseful, but it was very accurate every time. "Kid, be careful. I feel that this place is a little strange." The Crimson Dragon reminded him through voice transmission. With the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian became even more vigilant. Although he did not know where this feeling of uneasiness came from, in his opinion, it was very likely to have something to do with the missing silver-ranked demonic beasts. However, just as he was guessing in his heart, Jiang Yan turned to look at him. "Junior brother Lin, what do you think?" Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Yan to ask him. However, he quickly put away his guesses and said in a low voice, "I'm just a new student. I'll leave this decision to you guys." There was nothing much to say about working together. He was more concerned about the distribution of the loot. However, he definitely could not get an answer to this question now. Therefore, he wasn't too concerned about the matter of joining forces. "Yes, although you're a new student, you're not any weaker than us. We still need you to be the main force in this collaboration," Jiang Yan said again. "Main force?" Everyone was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Although Lin Xian was very strong, these people in front of him seemed to be even stronger. For example, Jiang Yan and Qi Hao were super experts in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. At this moment, such people were actually asking for Lin Xian's opinion. It was indeed shocking. At this moment, Tang Er smiled sinisterly and said, "Junior brother Lin, don't be humble. With your skills and the power of the Lone Star Sword, I'm afraid you're not weaker than any of us. It's really a loss for this operation for someone like you not to be the main force." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that Lin Xian still had the Lone Star Sword. If he took it out, he would definitely be able to fight against Jiang Ye and the others. Lin Xian frowned. The other party was so eager to let him be the main force. It was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 954. "Be careful, they might want to exhaust your strength," Morong Qingqing said softly. "Don't worry, I know." Lin Xian nodded. However, he had no choice but to join forces to kill the enemy. If he did not agree, he would definitely be ostracized by the other forces. By then, he might be directly excluded from the alliance. It seemed that the other party was indeed sinister. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He would be the main force. The Lone Star Sword was not his only trump card. "How about this? The black-white double demons will go with me. Morong, you and senior sister, Su, will stay behind. I feel that those silver rank beasts that disappeared are a little strange. You guys should pay more attention." "Okay." Morong Qingqing nodded. Since Lin Xian had made such an arrangement, he must have a plan. After arranging Morong Qingqing, Su Yu, and the others, Lin Xian led the black-white double demons forward. Seeing that Lin Xian was really walking forward, Jiang Yan and the others revealed a meaningful smile. In the next moment, he said loudly, "Everyone, since we have decided to join forces, let's not waste any more time. Let's kill this golden right hand as soon as possible." "Okay." All the forces nodded and sent out their experts. Those who walked out were all at the third heaven of the honorable realm. Lin Xian looked and saw that there were more than 20 people in total. It was a very powerful lineup. These people gathered together and were ready to attack together. The gold-ranked demonic beast seemed to have sensed the crowd's intentions. Its huge body slowly stood up, causing the entire lair to tremble. This gold-ranked beast was very huge, like a giant mountain. Its terrifying eyes flickered with golden light, like two golden lanterns that shrouded everyone. Its expression was like a giant dragon looking down at ants. Bang! A disdainful sound was heard. 2 breaths came out of its nose, like rolling waves, and rushed toward everyone. Feeling this strange attack, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. They quickly joined forces to block it. Although it was just a casual attack from the gold-ranked beast, it was extremely terrifying in everyone's eyes. Jiang Yan shouted coldly. His terrifying voice shook the surroundings. Everyone attacked together and killed the beast. Then he took the lead and attacked first. After him, Chi Hao and Tang Er, these 2 super experts, also fought back with all their might. The 3 of them were the most powerful and were among the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Their reactions were also the fastest. In an instant, the 3 of them launched 3 terrifying attacks, which collided with the chi waves that the demonic beast spat out. After that, the others also counterattacked. However, their momentum was much weaker than the 3 of them. For a moment, Jiang Yan's entire body floated in the air, his body glowing with a fiery red light. The clouds in front of him gathered to form a terrifying giant palm that slammed forward. Fire God's palm! The fiery red palm was completely red, and there were mysterious runes flickering on it, emitting a terrifying energy. As the palm slammed down, the void was mercilessly torn apart. Terrifying heat roared towards the gold-ranked demonic beast below. Ghost God Flying Dagger. Frigid Water Sword Art. Tang Er and Chi Hao weren't willing to be outdone either. They both unleashed their powerful ultimate skills. A flying knife pierced through the void like a bolt of lightning. It was incomparably sharp as it flew towards the gold-ranked demonic beast. The angle of its attack was precisely the beast's vital point. On the other side, the terrifying sword Chi also slashed down rapidly. When the 3 powerhouses attacked together, their momentum was extremely terrifying. Sensing the terrifying attack, the gold-ranked, demonic beast on the other side was enraged. It roared into the sky, and a golden light suddenly bloomed from its body. It was like a golden ocean that slammed in all directions. The power was too terrifying. It was not any weaker than a level 4 supremacy. For a moment, all sorts of terrifying attacks collided with each other. An extremely powerful energy burst out, forming an energy storm. Bang! Countless low sounds were heard. Jian Yan and the others' bodies shook. They kept retreating in the air, causing the void to crack. Then, a look of shock appeared in their eyes. The three of them couldn't even withstand the attack of the gold-ranked demonic beast? This was beyond their expectations. One should know that the three of them were super existences in the top 10 of the Mystic Supremacy leaderboard. If they worked together, they could take down an ordinary level 4 supremacy. However, at this moment, they couldn't do anything to the gold-ranked demonic beast. However, the three of them were still fine. They were only pushed back a few steps. However, the martial artists behind them weren't so lucky. The golden wave was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. It slammed into their bodies and sent them flying. Bang! 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 Many martial artists crashed into the wall behind them and spat out mouthfuls of blood. There were also some unlucky ones who were forcefully teleported out of the North-slaying monster realm due to their severe injuries. This was the monster-slaying monster realm's special protection mechanism. When a martial artist's life was in danger, they could be quickly teleported out to ensure that these disciples would not die. However, this also meant that their results in the monster-slaying gathering were 0. They had no chance of entering the monster blood pool. Seeing this, countless people were terrified and kept retreating. It was too terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. It was like an ant-facing distance. They couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Originally, he had thought that even if these attacks couldn't hurt the gold-ranked demonic beast, they could at least contend with it. However, now it seemed that the opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. No, this gold-ranked demonic beast is too terrifying. It seems like we can't resist it. The black-white double ghosts' bodies were also unstable as they dispelled the terrifying power. At the same time, they felt a lingering fear. If they had been arrogant and came to the Golden Lair alone, they would have ended up in a terrible state. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned as he stared at the gigantic, gold-ranked demonic beast. Suddenly he was surprised. This was because he found that the demonic beast's heart wasn't pure gold. Instead, there was a trace of silver light. This light was very weak and seemed to be covered by the surrounding golden light. Therefore, if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. It was only because of Lin Xian's powerful soul power that he could notice the abnormality. The silver area. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Perhaps that was the area that hadn't completed its evolution. It was also the weak spot of the gold-ranked demonic beast. In order to confirm his thoughts, he stomped his foot and flew into the sky. With a flick of his finger, the wind shadow sword appeared in his hand. Suddenly, Lin Xian's aura changed drastically. He exuded a sharp aura. In the next moment, he waved a sword aura and slashed at the silver area where the gold-ranked demonic beast's heart was. This sword had used the power of the great dragon's sword soul. It was extremely sharp. In an instant, the sword aura was like lightning. It arrived in front of the demonic beast and slashed down hard. As if it felt threatened, the gold-ranked demonic beast let out an angry roar. Countless golden thunderbolts appeared around it. One of them was as thick as a bucket. It turned into a dragon and slammed down on Lin Xian. "Junior brother Lin, be careful!" Su Yu and the others exclaimed. The thunderbolts were too terrifying. Chapter 955. Rumble. The terrifying lightning struck down, annihilating everything in the vicinity. The ground cracked, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Lin Xian's figure was also shrouded and torn to pieces in an instant. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, and their hearts were filled with shock and terror. However, in the next moment, they discovered that Lin Xian's figure had once again appeared above their heads. Was that just an afterimage? Countless people were shocked. Even Jiang Yan and the others looked serious. Lin Xian's speed was too fast, beyond their expectations. Although Lin Xian dodged the attack of the golden lightning, the sword qi that he shot out was shattered by the golden demonic beast. Therefore, the two of them were evenly matched in this exchange. But in everyone's eyes, that was an incredible thing. One should know that even Jiang Yan and the others were forced to retreat when they joined forces. However, Lin Xian was now able to contend with a gold-ranked demonic beast. It was simply unbelievable. However, this was not the end of it. In the next moment, Lin Xian swung his sword again, forming a rain of sword qi that covered the entire sky. Spring Rain Sword. The sword qi continued to attack endlessly, completely enveloping the gold-ranked demonic beast. Of course, the main target of the sword qi was the silver region on the chest of the gold-ranked beast. Ding ding dang dang. Countless sword qi collided with the huge body of the gold-ranked demonic beast, producing metallic sounds and countless sparks. The gold-ranked demonic beast was incomparably furious. A gigantic beast claw stretched out like a golden mountain, incomparably heavy as it pressed down on Lin Xian. Boom! Countless air waves rolled, and the continuous stream of sword qi was blasted away by the golden mountain. However, the specialty of the Spring Rain Sword was that it was continuous. Therefore, even if the gold-colored demonic beast managed to blast away a part of it, there was still a lot of sword qi that gathered and pierced towards the heart. Whoosh! The sword qi was sharp, and it finally pierced the silver area in his heart. Roar! Instantly, the gold demonic beast was enraged. It let out a terrifying roar that made everyone's face turn pale. Not only that, but the berserk demonic energy also surged over like waves. He was furious. The gold, rank demonic beast seemed to have gone mad. It was terrifying beyond compare. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what Lin Xian had done to provoke the gold, rank demonic beast to such an extent. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. Because after that, the gold-ranked beast's body started to tremble slightly, and it even took a step back. This scene stunned everyone. They couldn't believe it at all. If one were to say that Lin Xian was able to fight against a gold-ranked demon beast, they would still believe it. That was because his strange speed was shocking. But now, Lin Xian actually managed to push back the golden demon beast with a single slash. This was simply incomprehensible. One had to know that before this, the combined forces of more than 20 of them did not even cause any damage to the gold-ranked beast. They were even injured by the rebound force. Could it be that this kid was hiding his strength? This scene shocked countless people, especially Tang Er and the other members of the Hidden Dragon Society. Their eyelids twitched violently. If that was really the case, didn't that mean that Lin Xian had the strength of a fourth heaven venerable? Impossible. Jiang Yan shook his head decisively. It's impossible for him to possess the strength of a fourth heaven venerable. There must be something we don't know about. Qi Hao nodded as well. It's impossible for him to be so strong. Hearing the two experts' words, the surrounding people calmed down. However, they all looked at Lin Xian with confusion in their eyes. Junior brother Lin, how did you do it? At this moment, Jiang Yan also asked. It's simple. Lin Xian shrugged. The area around the gold-ranked demon beast's heart is silver. I think it hasn't fully evolved yet. That silver area should be its weak point. Therefore, as long as you attack that area, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. What? There's a silver area? Lin Xian's words shocked everyone. Then, countless eyes looked at the huge body in front of them. Soon, someone exclaimed, there really was a silver light. It seemed that the gold-ranked demon beast had not fully evolved yet. Hearing this news, everyone cheered. No matter how strong the gold-ranked demon beast was, as long as it had a weak point, they would definitely be able to defeat it. Lin Xian alone could defeat the gold-ranked demon beast by attacking its weak point. If they all attacked together, they would definitely be able to kill the gold-ranked demon beast. However, at the same time, they were also shocked by Lin Xian. So many of them did not notice this weak point, but Lin Xian was able to detect it so quickly. This meant that his perception was absolutely terrifying. Although they were surprised by the other party's powerful perception, Jiang Yan and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lin Xian's strength was not beyond their imagination. Otherwise, who would be able to compete with them for a gold-ranked demon beast? Just as everyone was shocked, the gold-ranked demon beast was enraged again. It waved its huge hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the stone pillars were all shattered. Lin Xian used the illusionary demon steps. His body was like a phantom as he quickly dodged the attack. Then he let out a long roar. "Hurry up and attack!" Hearing this, everyone came to their senses and attacked one after another. In an instant, all kinds of terrifying attacks were directed at the gold-ranked demon beast, especially at its heart. After discovering the gold-ranked demon beast's weak point, everyone was extremely excited. Therefore, their attacks were extremely violent. Although the gold-ranked demon beast was powerful, it could not block so many attacks that were directed at its weak point. Its huge body finally retreated again, causing the ground to crack. However, the strange thing was that the stone platform under its feet did not crack. Seeing that the gold-ranked demon beast was defeated, everyone's confidence was boosted. They were ecstatic. Naturally, they did not care about the ground. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned again. Logically speaking, with that kind of power, it was impossible for the ground to be intact. However, the stone platform did not crack at all. There's definitely a problem. Lin Xian secretly paid attention. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The gold-ranked demon beast was completely enraged. Although it had not completed its evolution and there was a silver region in its heart, its strength was truly at the fourth heaven of the venerable realm. Therefore, even if everyone could defeat it, they could not kill it in a short period of time. Moreover, the opponent's terrifying attack was not something that anyone could withstand. Those warriors were once again impacted. There was no other way. The difference in strength between the opponents was too great. They could hurt the opponent, but the opponent could also hurt them. Therefore, when the two sides fought, they were the unlucky ones in the end. In just an instant, many warriors on the Academy's side were injured. However, even more people rushed forward. Both sides seemed to be in a killing frenzy. Attack with full force. Don't be afraid. We have the protection of the demon-slaying realm anyway. We won't die at all. Someone roared. This time, we must kill the gold-ranked demon beast. If we succeed, we will be recorded in history because we are the first batch to successfully kill a gold-ranked demon beast. Those warriors were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 956. The entire beast's lair was extremely terrifying. Vast amounts of spiritual energy surged in all directions. Fortunately, the beast's lair was large and sturdy enough. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Even so, it was still in a dilapidated state and could collapse at any time. Lin Xian held a long sword in his hand and occasionally slashed out streaks of sharp sword qi in all directions. Fortunately, the gold-ranked beast had a weakness. Otherwise, if it had completed its evolution, they would not have been able to hurt it. However, it was also a good thing that it had not completed its evolution. Under the frenzied attacks of the group, the gold-ranked beast retreated and roared continuously. Seeing the excitement of countless warriors, their faces were flushed with excitement. They would soon become the first group to kill a gold-ranked beast. However, at that moment, Jiang Yan sneered and quickly sent a message to Qi Hao. "Brother Qi, It looks like this gold-ranked beast won't be able to hold on for much longer. Why don't we quickly clear the place so that no one can take advantage of the situation?" Hearing this, Chi-Hao nodded and did not object. There was only one gold-ranked beast, so everyone coveted the gold-ranked demon core. If it was like now when the gold-ranked beast was killed, it would definitely be chaotic. Perhaps someone would take advantage of the chaos and steal the gold-ranked demon core. Therefore, clearing the place was necessary. Moreover, the three masters here were from their respective forces. They had brought many masters with them. So if the two forces worked together, they would be able to complete the final kill. Eliminating the other small forces would save them a lot of trouble. As for who the gold-ranked demon core would belong to, it would depend on who was more powerful, him or the Hidden Dragon Society. As a supermaster ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, Chi-Hao had absolute confidence. Even if the other party had 2 masters ranked in the top 10, he would not be afraid. Seeing that Chi-Hao was the same, Jiang Yan and Tang Er looked at each other and smiled cruelly. They quickly passed down the order. Then the warriors from the Hidden Dragon Society and Chi-Hao began to work together and occupy the front of the battle. Gradually, everyone realized that something was wrong. The positions near the gold-ranked beast were all occupied by Chi-Hao and the people from the Hidden Dragon Society. They formed a circle and formed a line of defense, blocking the other warriors behind. At first, it was not a big deal. After all, the other party was powerful and had high attacks, so they could not say anything. However, seeing that the gold-ranked beast was getting weaker, everyone wanted to charge forward and wait for the moment to be killed. However, their movements were obstructed, and those martial artists who rushed forward were ruthlessly beaten back. What is the meaning of this? Why won't you let us pass? Immediately, someone shouted angrily, "Why did you block us?" The others were also unhappy. "Why? Hee, that's a golden demon beast, which is equivalent to a 4th heaven venerable. The front line is such a dangerous place, so it's best that you don't go there." "I'm doing this for your own good." Yao Bin sneered. "For our own good?" Someone roared. "Are you really that kind? It's already good enough that they don't treat us as cannon fodder." "That's right. Our lives are ours. We want to go to the front line now." After all, there was no real death in this place, so everyone was not that afraid. Moreover, once they got close to the front line, they would have a chance to seize the golden demon core. This was something that countless people desired. However, Yao Bin snorted coldly again. Now is the most crucial moment of killing the gold-ranked demon beast. If you go and cause trouble and disrupt the rhythm of the battle, what should we do? If the gold-ranked demon beast recovers, I'm afraid our efforts will be in vain. So, you'd better stay behind obediently. F***CK. You guys just want to eat the fruits of victory for yourselves. No one was a fool. Seeing this scene, they must have guessed what was going on. As soon as these words came out, everyone was angry and stared angrily at the front. "Oh, looks like you're not stupid. You know how to eat the fruits alone." Yao Bin sneered. He did not care about those angry gazes at all. "But what you said is a bit too much. What's your strength and what's our strength? Can the two of us be compared? Most of the gold-ranked demon beasts were killed by our 2 families. Why should we give a share to trash like you? I advise you to get lost. If you're lucky, you can still harvest some gold-ranked and silver-ranked demon beasts. Otherwise, you won't get anything here." Seeing the other party being so arrogant, the other warriors were also angry. Many of them quickly rushed forward, but they were soon beaten back. Looking at the warriors who were beaten back, the surrounding people's faces turned pale. However, there was nothing they could do. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too big. However, they would not sit still and wait for death. "We can even fight against gold-ranked demon beasts together. Why should we be afraid of them?" Suddenly, the exposed warriors grouped together and formed a large force. They wanted to rush forward. At the front line, Jiang Yan and the others who were fighting against the gold-ranked demon beast sneered. He quickly sent a message. Then, the warriors who were following him retreated. There was a gap in the defense line near the gold-ranked demon beasts. Suddenly, the gold-ranked demon beast's terrifying attack leaked out and rushed toward the furious warriors. Boom! The void shook and the airwaves rolled. Those warriors screamed in pain as they were slapped back by the gold-ranked demon beasts. Looking at those warriors who fell to the ground and wailed, Yao Bin laughed wildly again. Did you see that? We don't have to do anything, and you can't do it. You want to go to the front line? Do you have the strength? I advise you to stay here obediently. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your lives. Yao Bin sneered. Then he looked through the crowd and looked at Lin Xian and the others. His eyes were full of provocation. Damn, those shameless people want to take the fruits for themselves. Kid, let's go and kill them. Seeing this, the black-white double demons were furious. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't be rash. Can you beat the three of them together? Even if we can't let them get the gold-ranked demon beasts' cores so easily. The black-white double demons were furious. They had put in a lot of effort before. Now that they were excluded, they couldn't stand it. Are we just going to watch them kill the gold-ranked demon beasts? The two of them were unconvinced. Don't worry. It's not that easy to get those things. Lin Xian sneered. In fact, he was going to take action. But soon, he received a message from the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon told him that there was something wrong with the stone platform under the gold-ranked demon beast's feet. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take action. How is it? Did you find it? What exactly is inside that stone platform? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. It's something good. See for yourself, the Crimson Dragon said. At the same time, he quickly set up a formation and shared what he saw with Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes widened and he almost exclaimed,